Hello everyone. Hello everyone. How are we all doing? Right then. So as you might have seen from the chat, the bot is theoretically working. We're saying theoretically working because it is acknowledging questions, and I'm pressing the key release button on my thing, and it may even start working. Who knows? It may start releasing questions. It may not, because I seem to be having as much trouble with Stream Deck as I am with... No, they should all be working. It's just entirely reset itself, and now it's working. So we will just ignore that, because believe it or not, that was not the bot. That was not OBS. That was not YouTube or Twitch, which have both been playing me up all frigging day. No, that is Stream Deck. That's there. And I will introduce you now all to my co-hosts, which are, of course, Dan. We have Dr. Dan. We have Dragon. We have Fleet. And we have Falso and Runon. So we have all of us here. I have
Dr.
Iron
Clarke,
Brew.
you have a notification for your attention.
In where? Oh, yes, in Twitch.
In Twitch.
Notification. Excellent.
Yes. Runon wants to collaborate. Get started, yes. Sounds great.
They crabbulate? I didn't realize you were turning into crustaceans.
We could be. It could be quite fun.
Carcination comes for us all.
Look, in the nicest way... There is a very real likelihood in my life at this precise moment that I'm going to end up seeing a lot of small little fluffy crabs heading my way, because I'm fairly certain that one of the recently returned VTuber has a little fluffy little crab as her companion, and I'm fairly certain that is going to be featured in my life at some point, because, yeah, my mother. I love her dearly.
This sounds unhealthy?
Look, in the nicest way, the VTuber has a fishtail and cat ears. And... some people really haven't worked out what the joke is.
Cool, because
is it Nintendo lawsuit by any chance?
Nope.
Don't say that. That's how you attract them.
Don't give Nintendo the ideas. Right then.
Fox, so we've already had the conversation about our opinions on Nintendo's IP defense policies.
Is it about as belligerent as the current Polish?
Now, I just need to put something clarifying. What you see on my desk right now is dust from sanding polymer clay. Okay?
Now, I will start off with that. The first question tonight does seem to be a small attempt to try and reignite a small argument that was had on Monday last week, when my poor colleague Fleet suffered from the fact that I had spent the last 6 hours dealing with people who were quoting Peter Zine videos at me on the subject of frigates and various other things. And so poor Fleet wandered into that one when I was at the maximum peak of, I am pissed off with this. So, yeah, basically people who don't bother looking into the Type 31s hear the phrase light frigate and think that's the same as an OPV. Although, honestly, at nearly 6,000 tons, I'm not sure whether... I feel light frigate is a bit underselling them. It's more like Arethusa class, Leander class, and Town class cruisers is our current force structure for the Royal Navy's weight displacements. And, yeah.
No,
it's fun.
That at 6,000 tons, it will have a greater displacement than an Arethusa class.
Okay, probably
They were in 5 tons.
Yeah, it's when it's bigger than a World War II light cruiser, and it carries quite a healthy dose of Mark 41 VLS and various other things, and has the range. But broadly speaking, an OPV is an offshore patrol vessel. In simple terms, it is designed to do constabulary duties, i.e. maritime security tasks that do not involve warfighting. It's incredibly useful. You need them for fishery protection, especially when you're dealing with certain nations, like China's large, ever-growingly larger fishing fleets, which try and hoover up the whole sea, and various other things. You do need OPVs. Because, believe it or not, turning up with warships is just a waste of time and money, because, frankly, if you need a full-on warship to stop that force, then it's going to be very expensive. Whereas an OPV you can have out there for ages, and if it gets wrecked by being a fishing trawler bashing into it, well, that's not going to break the government's bank account, is it? Whereas if you wreck a multi-million pound, a few £100 million of Type 45 destroyer, that's going to cause some people to get mildly miffed with you.
Exactly.
This is why I feel that, really, what the Royal Navy needs to invest in is some reasonably heavy ice-rated trawlers.
Well,
we did,
surely, Dr. Clarke.
We did. They were called the Island class. Anyway.
But surely, Dr. Clarke, we can simply sit down with Beijing and come to a mutual understanding of trust and camaraderie where they will not violate other nations' fisheries, and we do not need to resort to any level of lethal force whatsoever.
There's an honest debate as to whether we acknowledge the fishing fleet's existence or not. It's kind of like the SAS and the SBS and the British government. Everyone knows they exist, but the British government will still tell you they don't. Half the time.
I mean, the 31s are very good for showing the flag, then they're very good as bulking out task forces.
Yeah.
And they are very good in both those roles.
They are pretty much...
They do need to have... Like, I really hope Alex is right. I have no reason to doubt him, but I hope he is right. And the information he's gotten about, them actually having 41 from the start is true, because they need that. They really do need that to have some ability to punch things on land. Or at sea that isn't involving their guns.
Well,
because then they can basically rock up and go, I can deal with any threat in this escalating scenario. You can't just come at me with anything. I can deal with it. Because at that point, it doesn't matter whether it's on land, on sea, in the air, the 31 can go, I'm in this situation, I don't need backup.
Well, yeah, because it can go, you don't know what I have in my Mark 41. It's like a bag of holding.
Not really. The Mark 41s that it's getting are land attack and naval use. It's getting the 41s that can't take some of the larger missiles. Oh, I forget the exact name for them. Oh, what's it called? Strike VLS, I think.
Strike length.
Yeah, they don't talk about strike length VLS.
Thank you. Yeah. So it can't carry stuff like SM2. It can't carry stuff like. I don't think strike length can fit ASROC in. VLS ASROC.
No. Fleet. Strike length is long enough to carry a Tomahawk cruise missile. Standard can carry standard missiles, including the SM6s and 2s and all the varieties of them.
That's why they're called standard missiles.
That's why they're called the standard size.
You will point out I was literally leaving myself open.
You have small, standard, and strike. Don't worry, strike's the largest. I'm just clarifying for people listening, just in case. Yeah. And I'm just sending you links to various web articles as well.
Yeah. It is unfortunate they don't have the data link to make use of the 41s to put things like SM in, sadly.
None of our ships have them.
Yeah, I know. That is annoying. I do hope 83 has the kit to guide stuff like Standard Missile, so that any of our ships that do have that, can we retrofit that in? Could you retrofit data link in?
You could
to our 31s and 32s.
Yes, you could retrofit it in. But also, why do you keep wanting to put Standard Missile onto British ships when we don't have it?
It was more a hypothetical thought exercise rather than saying we should put it on.
I wouldn't necessarily want to be able to put Standard Missiles on British ships, but having British ships' radars able to feed into a US ship with nice big VLS banks.
Well,
that's going on with it would be
the interesting problem, because technically, you see, as I've said, that we could go our operative engagements, so we could build our own. We could buy French, we could buy Indian, we can buy Japanese, we can buy Australian, we can buy American. And the reality is that if we build our own, which honestly, with the way the defence budget is going and the way they want to spend a defence budget, the increasing money, they probably will end up doing, because it'll be money going into UK firms and the UK economy. The question is, will the UK cooperative engagement system, whilst being able to work with other UK ships, will it be fully made to work with NATO? Now, it should be in theory. It should be. But will they pay for that bit of extra code? Or will they decide to cut short? Just like they decided. In the nicest way, Fleet, before you defend them, just remember we're talking about the same people who decided that hangars weren't a functional necessity for amphibious warfare ships.
Oh no! That wasn't what the O was about. It was like I didn't realize you could quad pack Sea Scepter in 41. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That'll increase magazine depth when 31's operating in an RN task force. They might be able to stop more than one strike.
I'm more thinking about the fact that they haven't managed to do that for the NHS, where we only have about 2 or 3 broadly computer systems out there, and they can't get them to talk to each other, or they failed to put it in the specifications that they need to be able to talk to each other. Yeah.
Oh, the software that allows them to talk to each other hasn't been updated.
Just remember, there is something. The Ministry of Defence is actually slightly easier to get to work on these things than the NATO's easier than getting the National Health Service to get to work together, because actually the sheer number of databases you have in the NHS and the fact that they don't have a common protocol, whereas NATO, there is a common protocol. That is, NATO is, as much of an alliance, it's a standards organisation, whereas you try and suggest that the NHS is a standards organisation.
No, but there's only about 2 or 3 systems used by all the GP practices. There are only about 2 computer systems.
Yes, but but Dan, were they developed by different private companies?
Yes.
In nicest way, it's the same as dealing with arms companies for their navies. If you don't have a standard that you're holding to them when they're having to build it, that you can hold them to the whole way through, and it will never get sorted. You can never retroactively apply a standard, because they'll just add more and more zeros, because you've already got the program. You're now paying for an upgrade. It's kind of like, why do I not like to buy DLC packs for my for computer games? Because my view is I've already paid for the game. Why do I then have to pay for you to actually deliver me the full promise of the game you promised?
What if it's an expansion, though? So it was not intended with the initial product.
Oh, I usually get those, but it's when it's sort of the DLCs, which are sort of things of, oh yes,
it's like day one DLC.
Yeah, it's like there is a. I've just got Anno 1800. It's like a cool game. Haven't started playing it. I'm going to record some videos for on it, doing it for Twitch while I'm traveling. So hopefully, while there'll be some loaded videos to go up on the Twitch channel. And the thing I thought is, it starts off by telling it's a trading game, etc. And then I noticed in the DLCs, Docklands, load down and improve your port facilities. And I'm sitting there going, the whole point of this game is a trading, build-up merchant game. We've got all the resources on different islands and you've got to move the stuff around. In what frigging way is suddenly Docklands an added extra versus something which should have just been a standard update? If you were going to change them or add anything into them.
It's the Anno series. They operate on I'm not saying it's right, but they operate on the model of...
Yeah, considering looking at... They do the paradox thing, don't they, Fleet?
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, it's because they went back and redid that system like 4 or 5 years after they published the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like what Paradox ends up doing. They go, oh, this system's kind of bad. We're going to completely rebuild it from scratch. How do we pay for that development?
Yeah.
We'll sell it as overpriced DLC.
Yeah.
I was looking at this and was thinking, oh, well, I'll just double check, just in case it's meant to be purely cosmetic. No, these aren't purely cosmetic. No, these are actual gameplay mechanics. That's stupid.
Yeah. Welcome to my world. Welcome
I would say the worst one is Paradox's policy, but...
Yeah.
Paradox, they make sense, though.
Just because I understand it does not mean I agree with it.
Black Horse, next question.
That's like... I was just thinking... Oh, I had a nice...
Okay, Dan, go on.
I was just going to say, I like the idea of almost having downloadable content that's kind of... Congratulations, you have the missile. Would you like to purchase the propellant for missile downloadable content?
No, okay.
Don't put that out there, Dan! Someone will actually do it!
No, right, no, it's worse, right. Okay, so, there is a patent owned by Activision Blizzard, which is in an FPS, you have to pay real money to reload your gun. That is an actual pattern they have.
Okay, moving on. Before we start developing a small revolutionary force in the chat, considering how some people are currently responding to this information. And thank you as ever to all the people who do the super chats and the super thanks and all the Ko-fi donations, especially. That I do think there is a thing we can put in the chat which says the Ko-fis for all of these people. All the very nice contributors who turn up. I would say there are probably 3, and I'm not going to point to anyone, but there's 3 who really do not get enough Ko-fi donations or anything for all the stuff they do. There is one who is growing their channel massively and needs a lot of support, and there are 3 who need Ko-fi donations, and there's one up here who refuses Ko-fi donations, so every time we meet him, we buy him a drink, because, you know, he otherwise won't take that anything. Because he feels he gets paid. But I'm not pointing to anyone about who is who at all. Not suggesting it in any way, shape or form.
They have a medical license, do they?
I never said that.
It depends on the nature of the question as to whether they will acknowledge having a medical license or not.
Well, in a nicest way, here's the thing. Last night I was in a place with some of our mutual friends of ours, Dan, and immediately they looked at the menu and they said, "Oh, we know what Dan would drink if he was here." I said, yes, you spotted the same way. A flight of ciders. 5 third pints of cider. 5 different ciders to try.
That would be an excellent way to no longer be able to walk in a straight line.
I will take you to that restaurant in Falmouth when you can next come down here.
Thank you.
I was going to say, a flight of ciders?
Yes.
Is that what you call a group of alcoholics?
No, that's what Dan calls a good time, for one. Parkours, how did the Royal Navy ships come home with items from the enemy they should not have been able to get?
Often.
A lot, and we don't really know how many times, because the thing is, there were things they got which they really shouldn't have got, like code books, and unlike the Americans who like to try and make movies out of these sort of things, the British usually go, well, yes, we're not going to admit we ever got that. Having friends who work in the intelligence section as historians who do in history of intelligence, they will tell you getting information about what the Royal Navy got up to in intelligence terms is like, I don't know, trying to get blood out of stone. Andy Boyd's book is amazing, but Andy Boyd spent a long time putting that book together, and has basically after it has said never ever again. I'm doing that today.
Dr. Clarke, there's a complaint from the mod team that you do not have the banner up, and they want to know how many questions there are. And the answer to the how many questions is many. 54 is what I have. So we've gone through some of those.
The questions are open at the moment, and we'll wait till we got to 60, and then we'll pause it.
For people wondering where I have been, my new replacement, God help my wallet, 3D printer has finally arrived, and I am getting that rigged up so this way I can try and not lose more time on art fight.
Well, in good news, your question is now up. Which Greek of the Greek gods will be the patron of electricians?
I would say it's a toss up between Zeus and Hermes. Actually, I could even make an argument for what's her name, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth.
Likely Hephaestus, I'd have thought.
Not even Hephaestus.
Go on, Foxer.
Now, forgive me if I don't say this right, but either Diogenes, not Diogenes,
That's the other guy.
Dionysus,
Dionysus.
that one, or Melamine.
Melamine?
Yeah.
Why am I supposed to have the patron god of
the spirits, insanity, madness, and crazed frenzies?
I kind of understand why she says that one.
To be fair,
Yeah.
I would like to
That's
point out
the basic level of understanding of electronic engineering.
electricians do have two patron saints. They have both Saint Eligius, who was a goldsmith and metalworker, and who is also patron saint for those involved in blacksmithing, goldsmithing, and the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers of the British Army, and St. Barbara, who's the patron saint of those who face sudden death or danger, including protection from lightning strikes.
I wonder why that last one was needed.
Can't think why. Anyway, next question. Colin Cameron. Hammocks were used in Royal Navy ships until relatively recently, but do modern ships still retain the capacity to have them slung if needed? Look, in theory, the answer is no. In practice, the answer is if they needed to sling up hammocks for people to have enough beds, and they had the hammocks on board, which I'm not saying if they do or do not, I'm fairly certain the chief petty officers would have places for them to hang the hammocks set up in very short order. Okay? I'm just thinking of how strong, for example, certain hanger hooks on walls are for hangers and globes to be hung up on are. And the fact that they usually are at both ends of the accommodation section, which might allow for a cabin which, let's say, normally accommodates 2 or 4 to accommodate 6 or so, if there's a couple of hangers added in there, hammocks added in.
And I mean,
there's always the option of hot bunking if you don't feel like doing that as well.
Yeah. And I mean, of course, let's think about this from a practical perspective when it comes to something like disaster relief. The crew might be, might give up their beds for, like, if there's no other ship around, to evacuate survivors, and they've got to go a fair distance. Would you expect the survivors to sleep on? You get what I mean? Like, it gives flexibility in situations like that.
There are options. There are temporary bedding options and things that they'll stick up, including hammocks for facilities. Because again, one of the things is, it's going to sound terrible, is hammock is a pretty relatively secure thing to put some up if you want to stack people vertically. Okay, so if you've got a space where you can put people up temporarily and you stack them 3 high sleeping space, a hammock they can be in and they're unlikely to roll out of it. it takes a lot of effort to roll out of a hammock.
Can confirm.
I'm also just... I mean, actually, the one which seems obvious to me is battle damage. You get battle damage. You may well lose some of the sleeping quarters or whatever. Because actually, I would potentially build them around some of the more precious things, on the grounds that if something's going to hit me, people hopefully aren't going to be in bed. But
that's always
hopefully,
a hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I suspect hammocks. They're just
useful.
They will take up a. Well, the canvas is useful for damage control and things, for patching over stuff. They are almost certainly going to be the most space efficient in terms of, I need to stick this somewhere whilst I'm not using them, compared with any other sort of folding beds or whatever, because you don't need a mattress or anything with them.
The first few nights I was here, I slept in a hammock. I have one that usually it's in my car, honestly, so wherever I go, if I end up somewhere where there isn't a bed, I can string up my hammock, and I have the things with me to do so.
And at the risk of sounding really terrible, they also will function as body bags if you have to do burial at sea.
Yeah, they're useful.
Bit macabre, but yes.
And I assume you'd just be putting a 4.5-inch shell at each end or something.
No. Don't usually need to go that heavy.
No.
Waiting to add science and technology. Which minor navies had the capability to make a difference in World War II? Which weren't involved? The Swedish.
And the Turks.
No, the Swedish.
And the Turks.
No.
Not the Turks.
Yes, the Turks.
Not the Turks.
Yes, the Turks. I absolutely think they could have made a difference.
No,
Right,
not.
Right, explain your logic.
So, first things first. The Turks have, by the end of the 1930s, managed to upgrade their light forces. So the Turkish fleet, I think, has managed to work up at least 2 flotillas of modern Italian destroyers. It would also open the straits to the Allies, if they join the Allies or the Axis. Yavuz is relatively fresh after her rebuild, and while she's not the best combatant, she is still... If the Axis gets her, she's something the British have to contend with. And if the British get her, she's a perfect escort for convoys / deterrence in the Eastern Mediterranean, which frees up other capital assets that the British might want to send elsewhere. It's basically, I think it comes down to the same. It's more mass and added strategic flexibility. Plus, if you're the Axis or the Allies, access to the Black Sea without having to ship things down the Danube, a la the Type 2s.
The bigger issue, though, is that their biggest influence is not naval.
Well, the question was which minor navies had the capability to make a difference in World War II that weren't involved. And the Turkish...
I mean, the Argentinians had a reasonable little, collection of destroyers and
a battleship,
cruisers,
a more capable battleship. The Brazilians had a better battleship.
They weren't in... Well, no, the Minas Gerais is worse than Yavuz. Not in framing, but in armor protection and firepower. But yes, the Rivadavias are better.
But both are still weak enough protected by armors. They're not worse than battleship caliber.
They're also... yeah.
I do love your thing. The problem for the Ottomans...
The Ottomans? You mean the Turks?
Ottomans or Turks, it doesn't matter at the point in history. The Turks, for getting involved in World War II, is either side they get involved with, they become a net loss because they can't sustain themselves. So you have to support them. For every limited action they can do, they can't sustain and support themselves. You may either need to entirely rearm on your equipment so they can get the right ammunition flows, in which case they need to do a whole load of retraining, or they need to rearm entirely on your, or they're not going to be that much use because they can't sustain themselves at this point. They haven't got the infrastructure necessary to sustain themselves like the Swedish do. Then you have the fact that whilst they are in a great position, etc., if they join either side, they're going to be in the point of it at fighting, trying to, right on the front line immediately. If they join the Axis, they are on the front line both sides, with Russia breathing around their neck one side, and the Brits breathing down their necks on the other side. And the Brits and the Russians possibly coming in from behind them as well. Because remember, the British and the Russians do helpfully divide up Persia between themselves, as it was at the time. Now, add that onto, if they join the Axis, then that's great, they've joined the Axis. And the thing is, now, what the hell have they given the Axis? Because can their vessels get out to do anything useful in any way useful where they can be useful for the Axis? Not particularly. Now, if they join the Allies, now, Fleet, you've said your section, so let me say mine, and I very kindly didn't interrupt. I didn't.
All right. Okay. You have to just go on.
Fleet. Now, if they join,
I will mute you.
If they join the Allies, that's lovely. You've joined these ships. What have you got? Again, you've got to do a whole modernization, upgrade, and integration thing because they've got a patchwork of systems. And yes, they've got Italian destroyers. That's lovely, but again, where are you going to get the spare parts for those ships from to run them if they join the Allies? Where are you going to get the spare, all the things you need? You're going to need to end up changing those things out. They're going to run out of spare parts. They're going to run out of turbines. And the thing is, Italian-built destroyers, we all know this, run through turbines quickly. They do. Why? Because they are designed to function at the edge so that they get the best performance out of those turbines. But that means also those turbines wear out the most quickly. And then you also have the Allies is that you now also have another land war taking place, and you possibly have to send troops to defend Constantinople like you did Greece or Istanbul. You know, and it suddenly becomes a problem. So whilst I do agree that, you know, Sweden is not without its own issues, it does have issues. Sweden, because of its geography and its infrastructure within it, is very much self-contained and to an extent self-supporting. It's got limitations to that, but it is self-supporting. And basically, the one thing the Allies would really need to do to support Sweden is to take Narvik. In the nicest way, if they can take Narvik, then you can supply and sustain Sweden. Sweden can get its stuff out and Germany's in trouble.
Yeah.
Where, in the nicest way, do you want to find yourself fighting a ground war to try and defend Istanbul?
That's going to be hell in a handbasket, I will admit.
So this is the point. While their navy, the geographic position is quite useful for the Allies, getting them, they're going to have to rearm that navy completely because they haven't got spare parts for any of their equipment, and they're going to have to do that, and to sustain it, and then fight a land war to keep them in. For the Axis, getting them means they still have to sustain them, and realistically, they're just going to be causing themselves trouble.
Yeah. The only, I think, with all that said, the only thing that I would still say is and this is the only thing I've basically got left, is not so much for the Allies, this doesn't really matter, but the Turkish ability to operate in the Black Sea with ships larger than destroyers is useful to the Axis, but even then, that's still clutching at straws.
It is useful, but in the nicest way, that might actually be the one scenario which leads to Stalin getting his wish and finishing, I don't know, one of the Stalingrad class or something like that. And actually, they might what they might do is actually this will sound really weird, but what they might do is get America to ship out resources, i.e., turbines and things, and then install them and put it into service. So get the stuff loaded onto trains in probably Iran, modern Iran, Persia at that time, taken up to taken up to Russia and taken out, and then build it in place. Which then leads to all other fun after the war. It's, and it's just fun.
Right, I have just received a text. I have to go and move a mattress, so I'll be back.
Go move a mattress.
I'm going to move a mattress.
Seneca, what island or port, Great Britain doesn't count, would you consider the greatest pirate haven in history? Legal and illegal piracy.
Oh,
Oof.
Foxo, you might remember, because what's that one that's just off Japan? The pirate daimyo.
Tsushima.
So? No, not so. Well, yeah. Was it so?
It's the Isle of Tsushima and the daimyo are so.
Yeah, I'd say they, for their time, were pretty good.
They did terrorize Japan and China for like 400 years.
That would just be the one I would throw out as a potential decent one.
I would
kind of.
Well, you've got the fact in the Barbary Coast, they were entire city-states, which kind of gave an advantage, but they're not an island, realistically. They are a port, Tunis, etc. Port Royal Jamaica was an absolute nightmare for people.
Malta onto the night.
Madagascar.
If we're going to go for the nights, though, you don't go for Malta, you go for Rhodes.
I think they were.
Or Cyprus.
I think they were possibly worse when they were there.
They're doing a...
Yes.
There's really an honourable mention has to be made of Visby in Sweden, because they were really...
The Isle of Man.
Really not. Yeah, the Isle of Man. Cuverack in Cornwall.
Iceland. Just Iceland.
Iceland, yeah. And
it was one of the main sources of Vikings that attacked and pillaged Ireland and Scotland. Oh. This is gonna sound like a strange one, but the island of Socotra,
yeah,
in the Gulf of Aden used to be independently and pirate controlled.
Yeah.
And they used to pillage around the Arabian Sea, and they were very successful until the British came.
And I think also the island of Takatomi, but I have no idea why my brain's bringing it up. I'd have to look it up and look up the history, but I think the island of Takatomi is coming to my mind.
And also, honourable mention to Hong Kong.
Honourable mention to Hong Kong, Singapore, yeah. Well, those were never officially pirate havens. They were always special places. Black Horse, what are the...
I think the experience of dealing with the Honourable East India Company might challenge that.
Look.
You know, we like wars on drugs, just not when it's to push them.
And nice this way, technically there's only been one modern war on drugs, whereas we fought multiple opium wars to push them.
See, there's one war on drugs. We fought multiple wars for drugs.
You don't understand. China had a war on drugs. We joined the side of the war on
Drugs.
We joined the drug dealers.
Yeah. We need the money. We can't keep paying you silver. Just for goodness sake, take the drug.
Well, that's actually the really weird thing about economics, because I do know an economics professor who wrote a paper which basically suggested that during the Great Shutdown caused by COVID, that if it hadn't been for the financial circulation caused by the international drugs trade, the world economy could have shut down entirely. And whilst I think that was taking some evidentiary leaps, it wasn't as large an evidentiary leaps as I would like it to have been for me to feel completely safe in saying no.
It does make sense. It does make sense.
Yes. Black Horse, what are historical failed ship launches that are not well known? Where do you want to start? Whilst we learned things over a while and did learn to launch ships and get it accurately and do it properly. Excuse me. It did take us time. It did take time to develop the science and develop the studies and learn the stuff. So, yeah, it's one of those things of there are lots of ship launches that went wrong. One of the reasons why the Royal Navy didn't get a class of about 8 extra 4-freights in the Napoleonic era is that 2 of them had accidents on launches, I think, from memory. There's also, these things have been fun, basically, in the past. These things have been fun.
Okay, you said 60, right?
What?
Questions?
Yes.
Yeah. We're definitely at 60.
I know. That's why I put closed up. And I told everyone it was closed in the chat. Bruno
Sorry,
goes, I will type index and make sure it's ended. Next question. 9681. Well, as the Type 32 will be a repeat of Type 31, what design changes might be expected? That's a one of two questions. But basically, Type 32 is going to be a Type 31, but orientated around supporting uncrewed assets. So, uncrewed surface vessels, uncrewed subsurface vessels for minesweeping, especially minesweeping and anti-submarine operations, and uncrewed aviation assets. So, basically, expected to have larger modular spaces and boat launching facilities, and possibly lose some of the weaponry because of that.
Or
Fleet.
That is a useful asset to have, but I would hope that the weaponry could be kept the same or possibly upgraded to protect the investment in that asset and how useful it's going to be. If it's possible, I hope they try.
Fleet. Here's the thing, and I've had this debate with a few people time. Why do you not put guns on a hospital ship?
Because you don't want it to be engaged. It's not a combat vessel.
And also because if you're sending it up threat, what do you do immediately?
Pardon?
What do you
do? I didn't get...
If it's going anywhere that's close to a threat, what do you do with a hospital ship?
Assign it an escort.
Okay. So, why do you not want to put lots more missiles and guns on something like Albion or Bulwark and LPD?
Same reason.
What do you not want to do with a carrier? Why do you not do that with a carrier?
Well...
Again, you assign it escorts, don't you? And you have to, because it's not got any weapons, so no one can have any bright ideas.
Well,
and here's your thing for your Type 32. In the nicest way, there's no scenario that should be operating where it doesn't have at least a Type 31 as a buddy. But if you give it enough weapon systems, what's someone going to think?
That it doesn't need an escort.
Mm.
And the thing is, it's kind of like battle cruisers. The Royal Navy learnt the lesson. Because they had battle in the name, people wanted to put them in places where they really shouldn't have been.
The other thing, I guess, is that to fulfill their function, they will need to have, in a sense, the space for those systems, which would compete with the weapon systems. So if you put weapon systems on, they can't have their...
Well, that's the trouble. It's one of the things you need. You need deck space for the UUVs to launch and recover from, and that's going to be more than the flight deck space. You need more space for sensors and communications gear to communicate with all those different systems. You need space for the personnel on board to maintain and recover those systems. So, yeah, you're going to have some... It's not going to be an unarmed ship, don't get me wrong. But whereas the Type 31 looks like it might have some strike-like cells on it, I doubt they will. I think this will be literally... It might have the guns. It will probably have the guns. It will probably have the surface-to-air missiles, and that will be it. It will not have any strike capacity. It will not have any weaponry beyond that. Because that gets in the way of it doing its role. And in some regards,
Makes sense.
it doesn't need those weaponry because it's going to have UVs, uncrewed undersea vessels going around, which means if a submarine gets too close, one of them's going to probably pop a torpedo into it, knowing how these things seem to be developing.
Or just go and give the nudge and say, hello, do you want to be friend?
No.
Oh,
no.
was that your propulsion drive?
No.
You don't have a
Nice way. The cost of a UV, which is big enough and dangerous enough to do that, means it's not going to be a sacrificial lamb. At no point is that going to be used as... It's one of those things that people go, wow, suicide... all drones in the future are going to be suicide drones. And I'm going, no. Considering how big and expensive they're getting, no. You can do that with a drone which costs less than a certain amount of money. Once it goes over that, it becomes a reusable asset.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the 32 is carrying drones that are themselves carrying torpedoes, and it has those fanned out like a net around it.
Yes.
So it can prosecute targets like that. Probably submersible drones as well, just to really confuse the targeting profile of whatever's coming in. It's going to be like, hang on, submerged contact around the frigate we're tailing. Propulsion signature a little bit different than what we're used to. Oh, there's another one. Because you're complicating the attack profile there for the sub-driver. He's now basically got to classify those contacts so he knows what he's dealing with. Ideally before he shoots, if he's a competent sub-driver.
And the thing is, Fleet, the sub-driver themselves, if you look at the Orca's plan, could well be using their own submerged assets to be doing their profiling, so you couldn't get a fight between a submerged assets versus submerged assets.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The only thing that I would say is
Ninja Wars underwater.
While I'm all for 32 being this, I am mildly... Annoyed's not the word, concerned's not the word, somewhere in between those two. We need more frigates and general purpose escorts.
Oh, we do.
And while I'm all for getting 32 as this, you can see where I'm going, Dr. Clarke, right?
Yes, but the trouble is we have very much dedicated ourselves to 2 shipbuilding yards, and basically we all know where the Type 83 is going to be built, right? Mm-hmm. Where the Type 26 is being built. So that means, unless you do... This is why when people go, there are other options for the Type 32, and I go, really? So you want to stop the Type 83 program to build a Type 32? Well, no. So you want to build the Type 83 in a yard which can't build anything bigger than a 31 or 32 is designed to be? Well, no. So your options are the Type 83 gets built in the yard which the Type 26 is being built, and that yard deals with the complex ships, and the Type 31, the Babcock yard, they get the very nice Type 32 project.
I think it's more, I would just like to also be constructing more Type 31s.
I would as well. But in the nicest way, that means we're going to have to award contracts to more yards. And the yards which can do that, Camel Laird's, for example, could do that, but they're quite busy with other projects, so you're going to need to pay them money to bring another slip onto line, which they do have. They do have slips which they're not using, but you're going to have to pay them money for that. And other things. And whilst I would like to see that done, this is the point, I would like to see that done. I've spent enough time dealing with governments to know that is less likely than me. That is less likely than me waking up tomorrow morning and finding out I have won the national lottery when I haven't paid for a ticket.
Yeah. I mean, this is just spitballing here, but this is me just literally chewing the fat with no real evidence to back it up. But if I was in the position the Royal Navy's in, I would build out what we're building out, and then I'd use the 33 hull as a basic starting off point, and I would just commit to building a Type 33, which is literally as much VLS as I can pack in, data linked with other RN ships like 83, and that's literally just to provide magazine depth in a high threat environment as an AA warfare frigate. That would be something I would like to see.
Fleet, have you not heard about the Type 92, Type 93, and Type 91 projects?
No, I haven't.
Okay, look them up. They are going to provide uncrewed sloops, which basically are missile trucks for the warships.
Oh, cool.
So 9s are going to be uncrewed?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay, neat. Didn't know that existed.
I feel that these can also become sort of the equivalent of the old
the main
Admiral of
thing
the Yellow.
I'm having fun with at the moment is the fact that the same people are arguing that the Britain should not be investing in the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force, instead building the British Army of the Rhine Mark II. I currently have spent their entire week dealing with Peter Zine's declaration that artillery is useless and pointless. And it doesn't matter exactly what he said. That's what is taken from his video. And I have just been watching him going, ha ha, that's been your week. You know what will happen last week to me, and you were all laughing then, and I was dealing with that. Now you get to deal with this. Oh. Yes,
Only the
before
tears
anyone
are
asks,
real,
I
Dr.
am
Clarke?
evil. Huh?
Only the tears are real, Dr. Clarke?
Oh no, in the nicest way. We all get our time when we have to deal with these conversations. It's when people who are extremely intelligent and very good in their field, and he is a pretty good projection economist, and all these things, but whenever he starts wandering into fields which aren't his area of specialty, he does all sorts of weird things. The one of which was me was I was being told by politicians all last week that now it was very dangerous for ships as they couldn't operate within 100 miles of the coast. And I had to produce a document from 1945 which said the advice was that task groups operate from beyond 200 nautical miles of the coast to attack targets. And I had to explain that 100 nautical miles is weak source. And we've been operating for greater than that, and operating on that as a base of operations since World War II.
Because threat axis be threat axis.
Yes, and these things have existed. I know people have just found out about uncrewed torpedo boats armed with explosives. Before that, there was these things called motor torpedo boats. Look them up; they were pretty nasty.
Before that, we had these things called smart torpedo boats.
Yeah.
Do you mean like the uncrewed remote control ones that the Germans, I think, were using in World War One?
Yes,
yeah.
And the Japanese were using crude kamikaze boats in World War II, and you sit there and go, this is. I know this is new because it's on television in front of you, and you think therefore it's never happened before, but it really isn't new. Oh.
It was used in a war over a century ago.
And I mean, if we really want to be cheeky, I could drag him down to the Maritime Museum and go, see that little barrel over there? That's called the Turtle. That's why we don't operate close in.
It's like the fun conversation I had a couple of weeks ago where I was literally explaining the history of, because I was told drones were these brand new things and they just swept warfare in the last 10 years, and I said, do you know where we get drones from as a name for these uncrewed assets? No, it's from the Queen Bee. It's from the Queen Bee program. Huh? Which is what the Royal Navy were running in the 1920s and 30s, which were using Tiger Moths that were radio-controlled, flying from HMS Argus, the first drone carrier, as their method of air defence training and AA gunnery training. And that's why we call modern uncrewed aviation assets drones. And they were looking at me going, so you're telling me this is 100 years old? Yes! Okay, the technology has made it a lot more effective than it was 100 years ago, but it's not a new concept.
Yeah, I was going to refer to fire ships.
Yeah.
Do you take a specific dark pride in disabusing people of their notions of individuality?
What I love is I get paid something like... I get paid money to do this.
What worries me is there are people who don't understand these things who are anywhere near decision making about these things.
Yeah. Let's go on to something more fun. Thoughts on Cuniberti's ideal battleship. This is from Michael K, 19th Century Fan. I think this might be Michael's first ever question. I'm not sure, but I can't remember seeing one from Michael K, 19th Century Fan. But Cuniberti's ideal battleship was a cool concept. It really was, and it was neating together a whole lot of ideas, and in many ways he is the theoretical, because this is the first paper that really pulls it together, he is therefore the theoretical father of the Dreadnought battleship, of the all-big gun ship. Fisher is just the person who manages to push it into reality first.
But it also does have some hang-ups from the previous era.
Oh, it does.
It's very much it's very much Kuniberti is basically he's seeing which way the wind is blowing, but he's also not willing to completely bet on it just in case.
No, he's betting enough on it. He's keeping enough grounded in reality. People are not going to write him off as an idiot. But he's pushing far enough forward. He's done what quite a lot of people who are futurists tend to do. They've made it close enough to the present that people are going to see it as a reality, but far enough in the future that they get to claim their father as something new and special.
Yeah.
Sea-Dotter's first guided munitions entered service in 1887. Yeah.
Which I think would technically be before radio.
Yeah.
Yep.
Relay logic, my friend. Relay logic.
I mean, it would at least, if we went back to that, it would at least be unhackable by electronic means.
Oh, good.
My new thought for how to do going back a bit. Other thought for how to go about the linking up our ships.
Yeah.
I can see us just having really long Ethernet cables and just using a drone to fly one across from one ship to another to make the connection.
We've already worked on it. It's going to be a laser communications link. It's just going to be a direct line.
No, I have visions of it being a physical Ethernet cable or something that is being strung between two ships, and some poor sailor having to keep an eye on it to make sure that it doesn't get pulled out of the socket.
No. Just no. We're not going there. No. No.
But Doc, it sounds like a great idea. We should immediately invest 5% of the Navy's budget on making it happen. It sounds
like something which one of your own uncrewed drones wanders through and either breaks its own aerials or breaks its own aerials and that cable.
Yep.
No. Just no. Ramol, in terms of...
I've been extremely well paid by Elbonia to come up with these things.
Okay, leaving that to one side, and that revelation of who came up with the original Elbonian idea, Ramol, in terms of air warfare destroyer, which one is better, Type 45 or Hobart? I love the Hobarts, I have great affection for my Australian counterparts. Type 45 every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Hobart is a frigate that's trying to be a destroyer.
Hobart, yes. Hobart was bought by the Australian government when they were going through the phase of, it doesn't matter what we buy, what matters is what we call it, because then people are going to believe we bought it.
Yeah.
I mean, on the plus side, at least they actually bought.
I love the Australians, and the Hobarts actually have some great technology on them. It's just they have so little of it. And I don't claim the Type 45s are that better, but at least we're adding on a load of VLS cells currently, and we're adding in CAM, the C-Scepter, etc., and all these systems. And the Australian government is still saying no, and then there's the Type 26 Hunter frigates, which they have decided they didn't need to get. Then they need to get a different type of frigate, and now they're actually looking at it again to look if they need to restart the Type 26, because they're wondering if actually they do need the ASW capability, and maybe they were mistaken in trying to shove ASW AA warfare capability onto a single hull in a frigate hull and try and shove everything in there. And maybe they should have gone with the same sized hull as the Canadians, or maybe they should have gone with the even larger variants of the Type 26 hull, which frankly all three nations should have gone with, as it had the most space for expansion. But we'll leave that to one side. We'll leave that to one side. Oh.
But the BAE design, wouldn't they be able to just do the cut down the middle and
Yes, they can
plug
do.
in?
And BAE are happily offering them all those options.
And are they happily balking at the price, I guess?
Yes, but also they're worried that they might admit they made a mistake.
Oh, for goodness sake.
In the nicest way.
Just wait.
I will say that is me reading between the lines of the phraseology being used.
Just
but literally,
blame it on the
yes.
previous administration.
Unfortunately, I think in Australia, the previous administrations have changed enough. It's gone back to the people of the previous administration in different positions. I'm not quite sure.
It doesn't. This isn't something that needs to be grounded in reality. I'm just saying you blame the previous regime.
Yeah, that only lasts for so long. You can only get away with that so many times before people start getting wise to you.
I don't know.
Even if it is true, you've still got to, fix it, because if you keep blaming them and people go, well, why haven't you fixed the things you're complaining about?
Yes, that's trouble. After a certain number of years, basically you get the first year you can blame your opponents. After you've been in power for a year.
2 years. 2 years, I think.
You're generous.
Whoa. What amateur hour is this? You all need to up your game, okay? In America, we blame the previous administration for at least the next 2 administrations. Come on.
Okay.
Call yourselves a great nation.
Black Horse, what would happen if Saratoga and a light carrier were too far away and were not able to attack Rabaul, so the Japanese fleet could go after Bougainville?
Light carrier?
Light carrier?
Light carrier in the Pacific for the US in that period?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of carrier operating with Saratoga. The only thing I can think of operating with Saratoga was Victorious.
Yeah.
She's a fleet carrier.
And the Cleveland conversions weren't even ready yet by this point.
No.
They were nearly there, but they weren't there yet.
No. So... Black Horse, qualify your question again, because Victorious is many things, but she's not a light carrier. She's a fleet carrier.
No. Yeah.
Now, Knight 6831. As Type 31's lack of magazine depth for long-term engagement, even in lower threat environments, could possibly be a problem. No, they've got a fair decent magazine depth, but also they're not supposed to be the ones loitering around for a long-term operation solo. They're part of a task group.
Yeah, this is in reference to to something that we discussed in Ramblings on Friday.
Yeah.
In the Royal Navy, it's basically, can a Royal Navy task force defend itself? Yes, it can, quite well actually. The problem is, if we're talking a proper peer on peer, the Royal Navy is going to have the same problem that all navies, including the US Navy, have, which
you can't restock VLS at sea.
It's basically, you get the first attack, but what about the next one?
You remember a few years ago, did you listen to the Bilge Pumps episode, where me and the boys, that's Drac and Jamie Seedale, talked about how what you needed were these uncrewed canoes, loyal canoes, which would come alongside with a load of missiles on, and that would be how you'd resupply yourself at sea. And then your ship's load would only be to cover and provide extra support when they were either worn out or when there was a massive engagement coming in.
Yeah, the whole drones that we've got now.
Do me a favour and Google the Type 93, 92 and 91 projects.
We literally talked about this a couple of minutes ago.
Well, no, the reason I was saying Google it now is just to Google it and then figure it out and see, do you think the Royal Navy's ripped the idea straight out of Bilge Pumps episode? Because sometimes I really do.
It's a program called The Loyal Canoe.
Yes, it is.
But just to address, because there's something else we discussed, which was me and Psycho talking about the Red Sea. With the 41 VLS that they have now been confirmed they're getting, being talked about in defense papers, it's been published, they're getting it. Even if all those cells aren't used for quad packing Sea Scepter, that gives 31 enough Sea Scepter that even in an environment like Red Sea, it can actually do the correct, shoot, look, shoot. It's got the depth to do that.
Yeah, I
And
do
to
love
transit
how
solo.
people keep pretending it's shoot, look, shoot.
Well, I don't understand. You do shoot. You said 2 missiles after each bogey, and then you look and see if you've nailed it.
Fleet, yes, that's what everyone practices in NATO, and everyone was practicing in NATO since about the first engagement missiles. And then we got to the Falklands War, and it was basically shoot, look, shoot, look.
Yeah. And that gets
the reality is, the moment you actually, it seems to be that in peacetime exercises, we shoot 2 missiles, then we look, and then we shoot 2 more. In wartime, we double up the proportion.
Yeah,
So,
this is why I'm talking about, a low threat environment like Red Sea.
So
where
basically,
you can still afford to do that.
What you do
Shoot.
in what you do in a scenario where you're with the Type 31, especially if it's quad packed with CAM, is you launch a cell of Mark 41 missiles, launch 1 cell's worth, which is 4 CAM missiles, and then you look, and then you fire another 4.
Yeah. That's gonna, even if they aren't carrying full 128, that still gives 31 if it's in a task group. That with these 41 VLSs on 26, 31, and for 32's not going to have them. It's only got C Scepter, but obviously got 83 and 45 as well. You've got the magazine depth to weather any realistic Russian salvo they have right now, as long as it's not a salvo composed entirely of something spicy like Zircon or something like that.
Apparently, Black Horse was talking about the raid on Rabaul by Saratoga with USS Princeton.
Let's have a look.
Which was the 4th of the Independence class light carriers.
Okay, yeah, so fair enough. Because that really confused. Oh yeah, this raid, yeah. Oh yeah, November 43, yeah.
Honestly,
nailed a bunch of stuff.
That seems kind of cruel, because basically they sent Princeton along as what? Floating target back up to Saratoga. It's going. You think about it, they've sent a 13,000-ton carrier with a top speed of 31 knots along with Saratoga.
Look, it wasn't. They were playing the odds.
Yes.
It was a near certainty Saratoga would get torpedoed, because she did every time she went out, from what I can tell. So what you need is something to collect the aircraft that were in the air when she got torpedoed.
Okay.
From what I understand, both American carriers came away no worse for wear in this particular case.
No, they actually did the raid quite well. I'm remembering the raid now. Now they said the trouble is, the moment you said Saratoga and talking about with just a light carrier, well, yeah.
Are you sure Saratoga didn't get torpedoed? I mean,
no,
it might have been it might have been a dud, but she probably got hit by a torpedo. I didn't think she could actually go to sea without.
Yeah, she did.
One.
She did okay.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Listen, she spent the majority of her early career not getting torpedoed.
Yes.
That was peacetime, though. Right. Bowman Boy, how would the panel spend the 1.5% allocated to defence-related infrastructure investments for the UK? Well, at the moment, because it would personally benefit me. I do agree with the high-speed internet going out to the whole of the rest of the country, and getting especially down to Cornwall. I really do agree with that. But that's me being rather selfish. If I was
paying
doing,
for slack capacity.
Yes,
that would be my big one.
It would be investing in slack capacity, investing in capacity to allow us to have space to alternate things and move things around. So, especially port facilities, we probably need to do, but build up some extra dry dock facilities, get them going. Build up a lot of extra facilities. And
I'd pay for slack. Yeah, so I would. So personally, my thing would be you pay for a factory to build an MBT of some kind, be that Challenger 3 or I know we can't build new Challenger 3. Just roll with me here. You pay for a factory to build. Yeah, you pay for a factory to build MBTs at a very low rate, and you pay the funds so that factory can go from 0 to 100 in 5 seconds flat, or the industrial equivalent of that. You do the same thing with shells. You do the same thing with rifles, because yes, we have some of that, but not to the scale that peer-on-peer conflict is showing you need. I would pay for that. And that goes for everything. That goes for air-to-air missiles. That goes for
I don't
cruise and strike missiles.
I don't think there's necessarily enough money for Britain to do that with MBTs, etc., or do sort of everything and have everything run on things. And I would say,
yeah, I know.
Missile manufacture would certainly be higher up my priorities for air-to-air and those sort of things. I would say small boat manufacture. Strange enough, to support things, especially like the minesweeping boats and all those things. And I'm quite annoyed that Serco is already trying to do their orders, and they're ordering immediately or going abroad to order boats and things for their defence contracts. And I think Serco should be required to order in the UK to build up the British infrastructure industry, mainly because we need it to be built up. It's one of those things. It always annoys me when you see things like there are major defence contracts and service contracts, and they go, yes, we're going to prevent savings to the British government. Yes, and those savings are going to be presented because we're going to buy this abroad where the employment and labour is cheaper. And you go, yeah, that's great, but you're getting money from the British government, from the British taxpayer, to provide a service to support the British Armed Forces. On a national security and industrial level, you should probably be buying from UK suppliers. You should probably be doing that. And I know that sounds terribly parochial, but it just seems to me that would be part of a joined-up strategy of how you keep your national maritime industry and infrastructure and other, going. It's like, again, if I was buying lorries for the army, I'd go, now who builds lorries in the UK? And I'd ask them if they could do it. Yeah.
I'm very
Actually,
surprised.
Scania does.
Scania does. And in a nice way, Scania has got some very nice trucks which they can build for the armed forces, and which you could get them to build in their factory in the UK. And that'd be sort of what I would do as my priority, as part of my infrastructure. Because again, that's part of building up the infrastructure in the UK, is going to the companies going, we actually have to buy the stuff from you.
I'm very surprised that you don't have provisions in these subsidies which require the expenditure of the money in UK companies and suppliers.
That would be sensible, but Britain, the British government a few years ago got obsessed with the idea of an open market and free trade. And whilst it's a good thing,
so you're telling me
is broadly speaking a good thing. There is a point at which it's like all things in life. You need to all these ideas need to be tempered with some common sense and thought about the wider strategic requirements.
But what I'm hearing is that for once, the U.S. actually had a better idea than the U.K.
The US has had a lot of better ideas than the UK.
The main reason we had that idea at the time was because the American government, on behalf of a lot of American corporations, were lobbying for them to have access to the bidding process.
I mean, that's still a you problem, but at the same time.
We decided it was sensible to cave in because we thought at the time it would be a great way of building greater alliances with our European and American counterparts, and so that would build greater integration. The government completely forgot that the French and the Germans do not operate on that policy, the Italians certainly don't, and the Americans definitely don't, and so the only one who found themselves with lacking their own industry to do these things was Britain.
This happens on a shockingly regular basis.
What happened to Parliament that made them so hostile to their own heavy industry?
We haven't had a politician it's not even her. It's honestly not even her.
No, it's not Thatcher. It's not Thatcher. There are many things you can lay at the door of Thatcher, but it's not the heavy industry one. The lady who came up with the Mr. Whippy ice cream formula cannot be held responsible for that particular problem.
Yeah, the thing is, it's basically we haven't had any politicians who have experience in. We have very few who have experience in business, in real life, in hard times, in the logistics of running something, procurement, acquisitions, labor, hiring, firing. We have very few politicians who have actual real experience of doing anything than sitting in a university classroom and then going into Westminster with whatever party they choose to represent.
I would like to teach them a course on supply chain economics. I would just and it's supply chain economics and resiliency.
There aren't any statesmen left in Westminster.
There is. It's called the civil service.
No.
Yes. No, even them.
They've been a bit gutted on that sort of front.
Sadly.
Yeah, in the nicest way, one of the problems with giving as much power as has been given to the Treasury is that it's not given power necessarily to the Treasury, but to the economic section of the Treasury. And as they say, once you get into senior parts of the civil service, they are very hardworking, but they know the cost of everything and the value of nothing.
Yeah, they have been fighting a delaying action against change for 200 years. Unfortunately, that means all sorts of change. And therein lies the problem.
Yeah. Right. But yeah, I would be spending it on things that would, provide actual infrastructure for the UK. Rune von Bismarck, if a battleship could fly, what potential roles could it do additionally into those normal battleship things?
Basically, if battleships, and by that definition, ships generally, can fly, you're basically seeing a radical reshift in the makeup of air forces planet-wide.
In the nicest way, air forces cease to exist. If you've got a battleship... No, Fleet, let's think about this. If you've got a modern battle... if you consider in the context, if you had a battleship that could fly, and you had a modern battleship with 16-inch guns, let's say, and also all the missile systems... In the nicest way, a fighter versus a battleship flying high enough in the atmosphere with the equivalent of Aegis and SM-2 on it? Any fighter within any radius of that ship?
What?
It's not good.
It's one of those things where it sounds that simple on paper, but as I've done a fair amount of research on this for a certain project I used to be part of, it's not quite so simple.
Well, I'm presuming they are flying equivalent to... They are the battleship equivalent to Marvel's air helicarriers. That's what I'm basing it on.
It basically depends on the era. If you're talking about Ironclad era, pre-Dreadnought era, basically anything prior to the arrival of what we would know as guided weapons, then there very much is still a place for the... heck, even before the addition of stuff like Aegis and other systems like it, there still is a place, absolutely, for the heavier than air aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
Simply down to the fact that they will probably be faster than the airship. They will be able to have a more rapid response time than the airship. There'll be certain things that they can do that the airship can't do, because, for example, if these airships exist, so will the systems designed to counter them, and you'll probably want to do a multi-spectrum assault against a hardened target. So, for example, a target will be hardened with AA designed to deal with the airship, which will be larger caliber weapons with larger caliber weapons and heavier AA. But it will also be hardened against lighter targets with what we would consider traditional anti-aircraft guns: rapid-fire autocannon, flak, airburst artillery, that kind of thing. And my point...
That's another question.
Okay.
How are the airships flying?
It can't be
Yeah.
hydrogen.
Is this-
It can't be hydrogen. It's
Is it like sort of like a special levitating material or something, or is it just like
Boltzmann
actual
fields.
Hindenburg
for
like?
the question phrased the way it is. It has to be some sort of magical MacGuffin, because you cannot get a reasonable weapon load of or any form of armor protection on a lighter than airship, even if it is using the much more efficient hydrogen.
Doesn't require
You can carry.
magical.
You
There is a
can.
reason I went down
you
the
can-
scientific route of the Marvel. Helicarriers.
Gigantic helicopter blades.
Yes.
Even then, you're dealing with a giant aerostat, and
Listen,
you will. and-
You're still,
It's not that. It's.
And let's
Has
be
anyone
honest,
here played
the-
the game series Ace Combat?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like someone did the maths. Those massive flying wings can technically fly.
Yes, or they have to
You
be
would
flying.
see a traditional heavy and air aircraft as soon as arguably you get nuclear power be replaced by giant flying wings.
As long as you
That
can
can
figure out
also
the
act
maths.
as drone
As
carriers.
long as you can figure the maths for it, yes. And to be fair, the maths will throw enough scientists at it, and eventually you'll get in the right direction.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
it's gone.
it's one of those things of if you've got because there's only so light you can make a gas. But yeah, sort of in this sort of timeline, you'd get heavier than air. Oh, we can make some on that scale. That's lighter than air. Oh, we can make some that's heavier than air on that scale now. Okay, cool. We'll build that instead. Because you get all the advantages of a lighter than aircraft with none of the
Yeah.
disadvantages. And Dartmoor birds are cool.
however,
Yes.
we will not need this for any ship named Warspite that incorporates any percentage of Warspite's hull steel, as Warspite will be able to keep itself aloft by sheer force of will.
But actually, no, I'm just thinking.
It's one of those things where you've got how do I put it? Aerial warships are one of those things that sound neat, and in a sense they kind of are, but it is kind of a eggs in one basket kind of deal. Like, are you gonna have
Well, no,
are you gonna have multiple squadrons of fighters, multi-role aircraft, etc., or are you gonna have one or two of these things that, yes, they're very tough and they can dominate the airways, you know, they've got tons of missiles and the sensors for them, and they can strike any target basically, and they can defend themselves, but if they die,
I think something that we're kind of politely ignoring here with this question is that in order to have this be technically feasible, you are dealing with a sufficiently different technology regime, which is in and of itself going to spawn a significantly different
Because my theory,
strategic practicalities, because you're going to have materials technology that can support the wings or envelope needed to support the weight, and the propulsion technology to the point where it can make this thing move at a tactically or operationally relevant speed, which are two big jumps from where we are right now.
and what I would say is, in any scenario where you have this working, and you have those lower levels of ships as well, so you have, let's say, destroyers, cruisers, all these things. This is where your regular air force, suddenly, if your ships are both able to do the sea asset and the air asset, then suddenly your regular air force starts to become less and less viable. Then you might have the equivalent of motor torpedo boats, but do you call them really fighters? Do you call them torpedo boats? And that's the scenario. You're dealing with a very different kind of world. Now, let's see what the next question is, because I think we've spent enough time on this one. Ramal, opinions on the Atajo class DDG. Do you think it's better in terms of design, sensors, and weaponry than Type 45 DDG? The Atago. If I'm not mistaken, the Otago class are some pretty good destroyers, but they are basically, if I'm not mistaken, they are Japanese Arleigh Burkes. And they were built between 2004 and 2008, so they're equivalent to the latest flight of Arleigh Burkes. Pretty much, well, one of the latest flights of Arleigh Burkes. They are roughly the same, but they are the Aegis equivalent. Again, they go through, they have 96 Mark 41 VLS cells, which do give them a far deeper cell stack, so I'd say probably the Japanese ones are better. But the Japanese ones are, it is basically, you are to an extent asking for, well, they're an improved Congo, which itself is a Japanese modified Burke. And lots of the Japanese destroyers which have come along have been built in pairs and are basically are built on this design progeny. The Maya class are the most recent ones, and they are really quite cute.
So I see that Michael K19 there has picked up a comment that I made earlier, was that we'll use Holtzman technology to propel these sky battleships. Yes, that the problem is Holtzman, when he comes, will waste this technology on developing ornithopters.
Yeah,
I despise ornithopters.
No, we're not getting rude on ornithopters. No. Move on. Moving question on. Will there be a 2 multi-layered air defense? Hey, no. Moving on. We are not starting on the ornithopters discussion again. Will there be 2 multi-layered air defense systems on warships? One for slow, easy targets drones, and the other for against proper missiles? No, that's what you call an integrated in-depth multi-defense defense system. And also, besides, if you've got weaponry which can deal with fast systems, they can deal with slow. It can usually deal with slow systems. So basically, this does get into conversation I was having in the comment section of one of my videos recently, where they were basically going, well, why aren't we using 3-inch guns? Why aren't we bringing back the 76mm? And realistically, it's very hard to start justifying a 76mm gun in modern naval practice, and also a 5-inch gun on a ship. The Italians do it. No, Fleet, let me finish. The Italians do it because they are able to justify guns, and they basically build a lot of guns, and they include them on the ships because they go, look at our likely engagement ranges. Try explain that to a government, though, who thinks you're going to be fighting in the middle of the North Atlantic or the middle of the Pacific. They think the engagement ranges are going to be very long range, and they go, well, hang on, why do you need both of these systems? And you can't go, well, we need the 5-inch for bombardment. Well, you're carrying a lot of 3-inch, surely that can make up for it in aggregate, and it can't. This is another reason, though, why some people have been talking about the 6-inch guns and those systems coming back, because then there's a nice space between you and a 3-inch. And honestly, I can see that being something coming in. But first of all, you're going to see a rise in a lot of 40mm. And this is what we're seeing in a lot of procurement arcs, a lot of discussions. And the Americans are currently kicking themselves on what they did to their Zumwalts, because originally they were going to have 57mm as their close-in weapon systems, and then they decided to have a change of mind, and now they're looking at probably changing their mind back. So now I'll open up the floor, first of all to Fleet, who was going to interrupt me first, and then to Runon. So, Fleet?
It's basically, you've hit a lot of what I was going to say, but the only thing I would say is that I would suspect that you might see. It's going to depend nation to nation. I think Dr. Clarke made a good point about, governments being what they are, the argument for 5-inch and 3-inch. But I would point out that
the Italians point to the Adriatic every time. I've seen them do it. They literally do it. They go, look, do you want us to be able to defend and patrol the Adriatic? Yes. To deal with all potential threats that could happen in the Adriatic? Yes. Then we need a lot of heavy guns to defend ourselves. And that is literally what they do. They point to the Adriatic every single time. And that's how they win the argument.
The thing that
unfortunately for the Royal Navy, they can't point to the Irish Sea because that causes a whole other political set of worms. It would be similarly narrow space that could serve the argument, but it causes all sorts of trouble if they do. So,
yes, we had a chat about Ireland a while back.
Yeah,
just a bit.
Get back here, child.
Bruno.
Oh dear.
Also, I was going to make a crack at my elected representatives saying that some of them think that why are we going to give our sailors and Marines a second-rate system when missiles are obviously better? And then why can't we just use disposable drones with high-capacity charges on them for shore bombardment and launch them from our LHAs and LHDs and other landing support vessels?
So,
Because
given
in the nicest
audience,
way,
I'm assuming we don't actually need to answer that one.
in the nicest way, my Congress critters are special,
unique.
No, sadly, my understanding is they are not particularly unique in that, and in fact, that is fairly standard for US Congress critters.
Listen, while there
There might not be a fine brew.
while I tend to actually,
caffeine's
as
in a
naive
fine
as
brew?
I am, while I
There is
tend
some
to
caffeine.
actually believe, however
You're good.
naively, that this particular representative's statement after the fact about it being a deadpan humor joke, probably because I hang out with you Brits too much. There was a representative who has gone on record on the floor of the House of Representatives saying that adding more Marines to Okinawa would cause the island to flip. Like the actual landmass to flip
right
over
then, now
and
we're moving on.
capsize.
Before we start discussing some of the stuff that can come, we are moving on because I require brain cells to answer some of the very intelligent questions people are asking me. So, Colin Cameron, do we know what the countries other than UK fought at a sub demonstrated in the Thames in 1620? Well, lots of people are looking at them as very interesting. I think you mean in 16. Is submarine in 1620, though? Do you mean 1820?
No, he's talking about the vessel that rode up the Thames under its own power.
Oh, that thing! Oh, everyone thought it was cute. No one thought it was a serious demonstration of capability. Basically, it was oh, isn't that a lovely curiosity? Please don't send anyone to actual combat in that. Or do anything with that that's serious. Yes. There was something more interesting in 1820, though, as well. You are cute. You want a biscuit, do you? Oh, yes.
The chat is correcting me that it was Guam. I still stand by what I said. The point stands.
A nice way, Michael. It doesn't matter which one it was. Honestly, at this point, I'm just...
Statement alone.
Do they think islands float on the water, top of the water? Do they think landmass floats on the water?
The problem is...
I'm not trying to devote the brain power to it. I've got a more interesting question from Knight 6831. We will go on that. As 2 US nuclear submarines, SNs, have sunk in accidents, why hasn't radioactive waste from the reactor been found in decades after the SNs sank at their wreck sites? In the nicest way...
Because the US built their reactors properly?
Well, yes, and also because salt water is wonderful at stopping radiation. And the
water in general is wonderful.
Yes, but salt water is just even better.
Salt water is denser.
Salt water is denser, and at those depths it's incredibly dense. And so there is probably radioactive waste there. It's just probably very much condensed and not giving off a lot of radiation, which is good.
Yes, we are pleased about this. We are not pleased. We are not pleased that the submarine sank. That is bad.
Yeah.
We are pleased that things could have been worse.
Yeah. We did skip over Black Horse's extremely damaged ships that were able to be towed in to be fixed.
Oh, there's lots of them, but if you want to look up an Eskimo with she didn't get towed in. Did she get towed in? She did. She had to be towed in. Nubian with her stern shot off wasn't towed in. She brought herself in under her own power. Disturbingly large number of ships like to try and skip it. Their skippers try to navigate them themselves without taking themselves on a tow. But usually ships do get some sort of tow at some points, but there's quite a few of them in history. Kelly is an example.
SS Ohio.
Yes, the Ohio, which was basically being both towed and kept afloat by her coterie of destroyers at one point.
I think that one's impressive and deserves mention. Just because also there's lots of pictures of it. Which other ones? So I mean, the thing is that there's only I mean, there was some impressively dinged up ships after Trafalgar that made it back.
Oh, they did, and the Battle of Camperdown as well. They made it back. And then there's the Dutch fleet after Copenhagen, and the Dutch fleet not after Copenhagen, after the Dutch fleet after the other one I did is the Danish fleet after Copenhagen, the Dutch fleet after what was it that one which I talked about the other day. Oh, my brain's gone blank on the one beginning with V.
Yeah, the one beginning with V. That'll do.
Yeah, that was oh, good lord.
Yeah,
Brain engage.
Looked so impressive.
I'm looking at
people are coming up with good examples in the chat.
Yeah. They are.
I'm trying to think of any other ones which might not
be... The Vlita incident.
Well done.
That is, yeah, that's...
I mean, Warspite got pretty dinged up at multiple times and made it back.
Yes, but that Warspite is also the only ship known to mankind which decided to pick where it wanted to retire and then got disappointed by its own government.
So what you're saying is Warspite as a ship is the most like any British citizen ever to exist.
Yeah, it wants to retire to the southwest.
And then the British government told it no and had it retire somewhere else because the British government?
Yeah. Bugman Boy, could the space vehicles be armored to protect them from tiny debris of satellites?
No, they were.
Look, here's the thing. In theory, you can armor them. In practice, the sheer amount of weight that would cause and difficulty that would create is going to be kind of self-defeating. So in theory, the answer is, if I want to resist a certain level of impact, I need this amount of armor and structural strength to withstand it. Correct?
Yep.
Yeah. In practice, if you do that, try to put that much on a spaceship, you had better have developed warp technology because you're not getting off Earth any other way.
It basically comes down to the following binary principle.
It basically depends on scale.
It basically comes down to the following... Can I get
Well, no, Fleet. I've been trying to speak before you opened your mouth.
Foxo was going first, then Fleet, and then Runon. Okay? Foxo.
Yeah. It purely depends on what scale you're making it at. Because if you're making it at, say, the scale of the International Space Station, no. If you're, say, making it on Warhammer scale, yes.
In terms of reality, it comes down to the following binary scenario, which is the scenario that we're dealing with. If an object is moving so slowly that colliding with the satellite won't do any meaningful damage, there's no point armoring against it anyway. If it's moving at a speed where it will cause significant damage to the satellite / degrade its orbital position / any other form of damage you can think of, no reasonable amount of armor is going to prevent that from happening.
You really like talking over me today, don't you?
I didn't. You didn't say anything.
I won't finish talking. But go on then.
Right. Just calm down. I know. But, right, so finish your point, Fleet, then Runon, then Fox, so I can chip back in.
I'm done. That's all I wanted to say.
Runon, you've been trying to say stuff for a while, so...
Okay, we actually... So, in terms of... If you're defining armor as a passive solid-state protection against projectile or energetic items hitting a target, we already armor our space vehicles. The problem is, it is a issue of scale, just in the reverse of how it seems some of my compatriots here are looking at it. They are armored against micrometeorites, i.e., things like the size of a piece of gravel.
Yes.
So they will take small debris and small particle, But as Fleet did point to, if you're trying to, stop it against a mass driver or something with a significant relative velocity, then no, we do not. And with the current efficiencies of our rockets, cannot armor things in the traditional naval warfare sense. But the craft that we put into orbit today do have a level of solid state passive protection against projectile impacts.
And philosopher, there is nothing else to drink iron brew from but a giant glass mug. I have 2 just in case.
I drink it straight from the bottle.
Foxo, you had something more to add, and I would like you to have the time to add it. Foxo?
That's okay. It's been ruined anyway.
Okay. Right then.
Thankfully.
Seneca, how would the Italians have supported their troops in Ethiopia in World War II? They couldn't. That's the honest answer. They couldn't. Unless they could somehow take over British Egypt, they couldn't support their troops in Ethiopia in World War II. And they knew it. And there's a reason why they go on the offensive to try and achieve things and try and distract the British to buy time. And when that doesn't work, they fairly quickly get rolled up. Because they don't have the depth. And it's one of those classic problems of the Italian Empire in that period. It was all about putting our mark on the map and not about how do we actually build a map. But yeah, they have the fun. Ramal, why did the US build different types of destroyer classes before the Fletcher class in small numbers? Do you think they're all experiments? Yes, they're basically, and my colleagues will probably have stuff to add to this, but basically they're doing what's called batch development and development by construction. When you can't run numerous computer models, what you do is you build a set of destroyers this year, and then you look at the designs, look how it's turned out, and you build another set next year. And you keep basically evolving on the design until you get something you're satisfied with. Okay? Carry on.
Yeah, it's basically Dr. Clarke's hit the nail on the head. It's basically, as technology advances, as what the US Navy thinks its threat profiles are advances, and with what they've learned from the previous batches of destroyers, each batch changes. Sometimes subtly, sometimes not. I mean, I think there was one case where the difference between one batch and the other is that I think one of the major visual differences, I think there were others besides that, was that it had actual gun houses for its 5-inch mounts, rather than open mounts.
Yeah.
And between the two classes, that was the only real visual distinctive to separate them.
But that is quite a big difference, actually, in terms of their operation and the capability.
Oh yeah, completely.
Anyone else want to add anything?
Yeah, it's also that certainly you might be able to get away with it now with computers, but certainly at the time, you discovered things when you actually started building.
Yes.
Or when you there were steps in development you only went through when you were actually going to build something. With the molding loft, which is drawing something out 1-to-1 scale with blueprints, and you discover things about your ships doing that you will not find out any other way. So unless and until you've done that, you learn stuff just by starting to build the ships, which you can then feed into the next generation. So there's also that aspect to the development. And it's also a bit like the Royal Navy doing the letter classes, the A to I's, over the same sort of period, in fact, slightly longer. They're ordering them in, sensible batches for actually being useful numbers. And they're being mildly conservative so that they work.
Mm-hmm.
And then you kind of go, okay, that worked. And actually, we reckon we could probably push, parameter A a little bit more. So we'll do that next time.
It's
and so
all,
on and so forth.
Basically, it's all iterative design construction process. Dan is currently enjoying his latest delivery, I'm guessing. Castaner, when was the mechanical refrigeration implemented on ships? For which parts? Magazines, food, or storage? I think it was implemented for food storage first. and then it's because magazines were traditionally kept cool by the fact they were below the waterline. And I think honestly that's still the case for most magazines. They're cool thanks to their being below the waterline. It helps.
And I would also argue that because we had magazines with temperature sensitive propellants and explosive charges long before we had practical refrigeration, we knew how the powders and such would react to temperature differences.
Yeah.
Whereas it wasn't until we got into electronics in general and microelectronics specifically that we had systems that would not work at all above a certain temperature that also made themselves hot.
Mm-hmm.
And you just love transistors.
They do make.
Don't you just love resistance?
But
don't you just love resistance and energy losses?
As for when the food
and having
storage
to downrate things for heat.
Yeah. But as for food storage, etc., when was it? I think I actually did a video on this once. I think there's actually a video on my channel from the Year of Technology, which goes into all the details and all the specifics of the different types of refrigeration implementation, because it depends on what you consider mechanical refrigeration, and it depends upon what level of refrigeration. So yeah. Did the Black Horse? So this is an interesting question for us. Did the events of the MV San Dimitro in World War II happen on other ships?
Some events, sorry.
I have no idea.
Seriously, the question's been sitting there for a while. You haven't been looking it up?
I'm
kind of engaged in a firefight.
Yeah, I'm with Dragon on this one, just not in a firefight, in a sand fight, and suffering through flying an ornithopter.
There's a lot of plasma and lasers going past me at the moment.
You two have got to stop doing these things. Right down. So in
I am running my own stream. I have my own
basically, the San Dimitro was damaged by enemy, basically in the Mid-Atlantic, abandoned by a crew, but later reboarded and successfully brought into harbour. And the reason I knew about her was that she's subject to a film. There was one in 1943, which was all about the UK, the heroism of the UK merchant navy crews. Now, she's important because she's a tanker. So she's kind of useful. Was it common? No. Did it happen more times than we honestly would like to discuss, that the ship's crews would abandon their ship because they presume it's sinking, and then it'll be found it hadn't sunk, and then they had to make a decision as to whether to sink it or to try and bring it in? Yes, it did. If that's the answer to the question.
I mean, it happened quite a bit. If you look at the Mediterranean convoys, and the thing with some of them was, especially as the things like aviation fuel, they were at high risk of just going whoomp and exploding. If it didn't explode, then actually it's probably kind of safer.
Yeah. She was carrying aviation fuel, which was, to be fair, was the reason why they did get off quite quickly.
Yeah. Because actually, when I've been having a look through, the ships that seem to have gone down ridiculously quickly, and which often had no survivors, actually looked like they were the ones full of kind of iron ingots or steel beams or iron ore.
Yes.
For some reason, they sank like a stone. I can't think why.
Yet
you had other ones filled with, I don't know, timber that would manage to take several torpedoes and just be there going,
we are still sailing
now.
Yes.
Yeah.
What did you do to me? Did you shoot at me?
It's always helpful if you're carrying something which actually floats. And so, you know, it does help. It also helps that wood, you know, you've got plenty of wood for patching holes.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you do have to dig into your cargo.
Well, let's be honest. Would they rather the cargo get there, or would most of the cargo get there, or none of the cargo get there?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. And what cargo were you transporting? Alcohol.
Protect us at all costs.
Yeah. Right. So, Colin Cameron, can you recommend a good book about Operation Pluto? There's a fair number of good books on D-Day and the logistics around it. I would say I've got one which is called The Sinews of War, which has a good chapter on it, and that's probably the best, and I'm trying to remember where it is. Let me look it up a different way, because I'm worried it's in a box. So let me look it up a different way, and I'll get its picture for you.
I think it's mentioned in the Haynes manual about D-Day.
Yes.
Along with the airstrips, actually, which is really quite cool. And how they basically rolled up an airstrip and had it deployable.
Oh, good God. I mean, there are just so many books named Sinews of War.
Yeah.
Almost like logistics are important.
Yeah, I know. People believe anything.
There are literally about 30 of them. And apparently, there's also a book called The Sinews of Peace, which is Winston Churchill's post-war speeches. Economic History of World War II, Jeffrey T. Mills and Hugh Rockoff is the book I'm thinking of, Sinews of War. I think
that's a heck of a name. That is.
That is. I think that has a chapter in it. Yeah. It's an old book. It is a very old book, but it had some absolutely excellent historians in it.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's all about the economics and logistics of World War II, and it was published in 1993. So when I say old book, I mean it's a 32-year-old book, but it's a very good book on the economics of World War II. But I wish you luck in trying to find a copy of it. There's the Amphibious Assault book by Trevor Lovett, edited by Trevor Lovett, which also has bits in there. But I'll show a picture of it so you know what you're looking for.
There's interesting arguments about how effective Pluto was. Or how necessary.
The argument whenever someone argues about these things not being necessary, is my tend to be argument is going, okay, how do you replace it, and what do you replace it with? And that's the number of ships. And okay, now you need to escort those ships. Now you need to provide safe moorings for those ships. Now you need to provide protection for those ships whilst they offload. And suddenly, it's not necessarily the transport which is the difficult thing. It's all the stuff that you have to do to make the transport viable when you're running a pipeline under the channel, which basically the enemy cannot interfere with. And
it's partly that the other systems that worked, and it was kind of belt braces, elasticated waist, drawstrings, and buying a size too small anyway.
Yes.
For an operation like that, you couldn't afford for it to go wrong, so you had multiple layers, and then some of them you didn't need, and it's like, well, brilliant. We managed to do it, but we didn't need to. So it might not have worked quite as well because we didn't actually have to invest in making it work better than it did.
There you go. There's the Sinews of War.
Yeah.
Steve Clarke, 1992 is just recent for me. So this is from, yeah, I know, but it's a lot. For me, 1992, 1993, I was 5-6 years old.
Well, we all know that
1992 was 10 years before I was born.
Yeah, but we all do understand here, right? That we all understand and agree here that 20 years ago was the 1980s, right?
Afraid not.
Or at least
you'll be in the mid. You'll be in the mid nought. You'll be in the mid noughts.
The early 90s.
Like soon the DS.
Silence, Zoomer.
Soon stuff like the Xbox 360 and such would be out.
Frank Barwell, as I said in a television program about the Edmund Fitzgerald, When you've got a ship with that much weight on it, but also with that little cross support on it, and you've got that much support, you can get enough momentum going on its hull that it literally twists itself apart.
And maybe I'm just heartless, but I still do not understand I don't know what a good phrase is. I still don't understand the appeal / lore of that ship.
It's the fact that it was the biggest of something, and it was considered the most modern of something, and it got lost, and people therefore can't understand why, because it's supposed to be so big and so strong. And you look at it and actually go, no, it's built by people whose understanding of economics is, this is a lake, ergo what we need is a rather large canal boat to go on it.
Forgetting that it's actually an inland freshwater sea.
Yes.
Oh, did it get Northumbriad?
Yes.
Oh, worse.
Worse. Loredo, do you think the Royal Navy should keep older Type 23s around as some sort of reserve capacity until they've been replaced one for one? Yes! Yes! 1,000 times yes! Considering at the moment we're looking at running a gap in the Gulf of frigate coverage when our MCMVs are absolutely critical assets out there and need coverage because we haven't got enough frigates, then I think probably the 4 best Type 23s in working order should be kept in reserve at least until the 32s come online.
I mean,
so what you're saying is that
they should be kept in active service.
Well, yes, but in nicer way, they're going to be replaced by the Type 31s and the Type 26s. So, in the nicest way, it's going to be a case of I want to keep them at least in reserve to cover gaps because we've got an escort shortage, and in the nicest way, that escort shortage has been coming because of the work we did with the Type 45 program. If we, in simple terms, if we had built at least 9 Type 45s. We would not be in this as much of a mess by a long way as we are now. Because you wouldn't have had to keep pausing Type 45 refits every time you had an emergency, which meant you wouldn't have led to a year where you pretty much didn't have any Type 45s, which meant you wouldn't have had to pause some of the Type 26 or Type 23 work, etc., and refits, and that's also happened, and those extra free ships would have made a big difference. Add on if they hadn't sold those free Type 23s to the Chileans, instead sold them Type 22s and gone, right, and we'll keep the Type 23s at a full 16. If you'd had 9 Type 45s and 16 Type 23s in service, the Royal Navy would have been in a very different state for the last few years. A very different state. There's a very big, it's in a nice way, you having a force of 25 escorts to draw from, that means usually you're going to have 12 vessels available over those 25 escorts. And that suddenly means you've got your carrier battle group because you've got a couple of destroyers and a couple of frigates to form the core of it. And you've got another at least 8 ships wandering around for things like the frigate in the Gulf, the frigate that's on patrol in the South Atlantic to deal with to act as extra support for the Falklands. You've got the frigate the frigate or destroyer which is doing the duty with the ballistic missile submarines. You've got the NATO standing surface task groups, etc. All these things covered, and it's not a lot of ships differential if you think about it. It's 6 ships. It's 3 we don't sell and 3 more we build, which we'd already paid the design development cost. So it would have cost us what? An extra maximum of an extra 900 million. So it'd be 6.9 billion for the Type 45 program rather than 6 billion. And we've got 9 boats, 9 hulls out of it.
Yep.
And even if we put those Type 45s into sort of enhanced reserve and just had it so we only had 6 crews, and the other 3 were vessels which were paid off into reserve for refit, etc., that would have still been fine. And you'd have had the time to take Daring out of the service a lot earlier and fix the problems with it because it was the first in class. And as always with the first in class, things were mucked up and needed to be worked on. Which is why normally the first in class stays in service until about the second to last one comes into service of the build. If you're building about 9 to 10 or more, and then it goes in for a nice long refit and gets all the upgrades officially that is now being incorporated in the last ones of the class. But realistically, you're also fixing the issues which were so sensible on paper when you were building the first of the class, but the moment you built it, you realised, ouch, oh frigate, this won't work. And because that's what happens with the first of every class, because there's ideas you have, and then they don't work.
You mean more than one crew member might want to have a shower at a time? We need to have water pressure to be able to cope with that.
They do have water pressure that can cope with that.
I'm not convinced.
Just about.
Well, I was just trying to think of an example of the kind of thing you might find you've accidentally done as kind of...
No, it was more things like, where is the where is the emergency gear we need for damage control? Oh, it's up there on that wall, behind the door. So when the door's open, you can't access the damage control spaces, the damage control cupboards.
Minor oops.
Yeah, just a minor one. Nice to go, everyone. If the Royal Australian Navy had got its 2 Kent subclass county-based Australian class cruisers, and then bought a London subclass county class cruiser, what name might they go for?
I mean, they were going through their cities, so they had
probably Perth.
Because they had Perth. They built Adelaide. They built Brisbane.
No, I was literally working through them in order of seniority their cities, and if you consider the ones they do have, the vessels they do have in their classes, they have Australia and Canberra, so it's got to be Sydney or Perth.
Yeah, because I think they'd had several of the 1910 town class. I just can't remember which ones. Bear with me. I think I've got the Wikipedia page open, if nothing else. They had a Brisbane, a Melbourne, a Sydney, and an Adelaide. But Melbourne and Sydney were both 1913 ships. Brisbane was 1916, and Adelaide was only finished in 22.
Yeah.
No one can remember the name of the capital of Tasmania, so that one doesn't count.
Tasmania City, isn't it?
I will say, whilst we're currently sort of, once you finish this question, actually, I think we have sort of finished this question. I will say, if anyone has anything they need for their goals, for their channels, etc., to say them now. So I'm going to say, Foxo, what's your goal for your channel at the moment? Because you have a channel.
Don't really have one. I need to get a new mic for us start streaming properly.
Yes, but
because I can't get mine to stop pick up my fans from a PC. So.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't recommend either the mics bought by me or by Drac recently.
Okay.
Neither of us have good taste when it comes to mics, okay? Let's be honest, everyone's seen the problems we've had with our standing mics recently in the nicest way. I like Razer, they're very nice people, but Lord help me, I found that the only way this mic actually sort of works is if I have it standing as close to vertical as physically possible, and I pretend it's an ice cream cone. Fleet, how about your channel? Anything you need to
Yeah, everything on Twitch is going quite well, but I need to get my YouTube over monetization. I have been stuck around 320 to 330 subscribers for about a couple of months now.
And how many do you need monetization?
500.
Oh well, we need to get Fleet some more subscribers. We need to get Fleet another 100, and we need to get Fleet another 200 subscribers, don't we? We need to get Fleet another 200 subscribers. Runon, how about your channel? Anything you're doing?
Sorry. a lousy time to check on a printer.
I knew you were going to do that because I'd seen your announcement come up that you were the ads were coming. So I knew you were going. You said buy a break, but I knew you'd be going off to check your printer.
Yeah, I'm still I bought a brand new printer and the resin's still not curing. So woohoo. Anyway, my current follower goal is set to 69. I've got 62 followers on the clock.
Yeah.
I'm doing this for the heck of it, so like there's no real goal for me to meet unless somebody wants to sugar whatever me over to the other side of the Atlantic.
I apparently have got, according to, because I have my goals for Twitch set by Twitch, so I need 9 more followers to get to 340 followers on Twitch. I need 37 more sub points. I have no idea what sub points are, but thank you for everyone who does sub to me. I need to collect 9,798 more bits to get to 10,000 bits. I also have no idea what 10,000 bits equals, but it's apparently what they've set me as a goal. And they've also set me a plus goal of reaching plus level 1, and I have no idea what that is either. So, thank you to everyone who's being kind and helpful. Thank you to Fullis for gifting the tier 1 subs. I have to say, as far as YouTube is going at the moment, let's see. For YouTube, I am supposed to reach 20,000 subscribers by Christmas in order to win the thing with my aunt for my mum. So yeah,
okay.
Any suggestions globally received on that one. But thank you.
You want to rattle? Do you want to rattle? Do you want to rattle through your goals again, and I'll render them into plain English?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Because I have no understanding what the goals were. Okay, so I'm supposed to Twitch's goals for me for Twitch are I've got to get 9 more followers. I think I can work out what that is. 31 more.
I hope you can.
31 more sub points.
Okay, so you need to get 31 more tier 1 subs, or each tier represents 1 point. So a tier 1 is 1 point, a tier 2 is 2 points, a tier 3 is 3 points. Most people get tier 1 subs.
Okay. And
so
9,798 more bits, apparently. What are bits?
So you need to get about $97 and change.
Oh. That sounds
donated on bits. You get the processing fees for bits are paid when somebody buys the bits. So every bit is equivalent to about 1 US penny. Penny. Thank you for the sub.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you for the.
We've got a hype train going around. And
thank you for the 5 gift tier 1 subs. I do have emotes coming.
And I have
eventually.
I have no idea what the plus level is. July plus level 1.
Plus gives you a slightly higher revenue split on I think it's subs.
Okay.
From Twitch. I think it's subs, and then ad revenue is set by how many ads you run.
Okay.
Do you need to run any ads, Alex? Is it ad time?
Oh, I just have I had the ad set up as auto. And what I would say
thank you for the joint tier 4 hype train. Yay. And thank you for pushing me over the subs goal of 10 that I had for Lowe's Fur.
So also confirmed that 10,000 bits is $100 in bits. So yeah, that honestly, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't think I've ever seen a greater check, barring sometimes December after November last year. I don't think I have ever received more from Twitch than about 50 quid maximum every couple of months. I had to say it's lovely because whenever that comes in, I treat it as a treat and buy an extra book.
So I've been
because I'm
monetized
sensible, and I should probably be putting that money towards something more sensible. But I buy an extra history book.
I've been monetized for about 2 months now.
Yeah.
and I've made about $11. I stream anywhere between 9 and 12 hours, or 9 and 15 hours a week.
I have no idea how many hours I tend to stream. Probably I do. I do most of my streaming on a Sunday, probably in any week, because I probably do about 9 hours on a Sunday, and then I add on some hours.
You are very much correct, Philosopher. But do you have to call me out like that on main?
Yeah. Hey, look, Philosopher, in nicest way. This is the thing about this community, and this is what I love about naval history and more, is that we have all these. We are all united by naval history, but we're all very different people. Apart from the fact that there is at least, I am not picking out specific people who are all furries.
There's also 3 trades people in this voice call right now.
Mm-hmm. 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 And well,
don't go that far.
You just hear in the background.
The thing is, though, the interesting thing is I can tell whether my colleagues are actually watching my screen or not, because what I'm pointing out, the chat knows, but they're not reacting to. So,
Foxo, you're an electronics repair tech. That means that what you're doing to this master electrician's eyes is black magic witchcraft, and I don't understand what you're doing.
That's fun.
Once you go beyond this PCB is cooked, brain stop working. Go replace part.
Okay. Next question from...
You just take like several pills of Adderall and you focus and you map it out in your head.
Okay, before we start going down that route too far, Jacob Vanek, with a report that the Philippine Navy may be getting 6 Japanese Abakuma class, how useful can these ships be for them? Now, if I'm correct in my memory of the Abakuma class, they are their little destroyer escorts, and whilst they are old, they were built between 1988 and 1991, and if they are getting 6, they'll be getting all of them. They are useful little escorts in terms of presence mission for the Philippines, and the Philippines really at the moment need a lot of ships for presence. Because the trouble is, their problem isn't dealing with massive war fleets. Their problem is dealing with lots and lots of fishing boats and territorial and Coast Guard vessels jumping into their areas and trying to basically dominate their waters. And that is what's causing them issues. So, this is the reality of, for them, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. That sounds sensible.
And so these vessels, they're not the most heavily armed vessels, but they carry ASROC, they carry Harpoon, Otter Breda, 76mm, a Phalanx 20mm, and 2 triple torpedo launchers. So yeah, and they're fairly decent sensors. So they're fairly useful, fairly low-tech, standard 2,000-ton presence vessels. Basically, look, they're called destroyer escorts in Japanese phraseology. The rest of the world would probably call them corvettes. Maybe if they're being generous, sloops. They're not OPVs, but they're not frigates. Not even by 1988 standards are they frigates. Remember, that's the same period where the Royal Navy's building Type 23s. You're looking
they're
far
kind
too
of
happy.
They're kind of 1940s destroyer size.
They're OPV. They are corvettes or sloops, depending on your phraseology. Probably closer to corvettes.
So there's a thing that corvettes are basically supposed to be able to deal with one threat axis, at least at a time, as one kind of
They can deal with subsurface and surface threats. They can't really. They've got guns to deal with air threats.
Yeah.
So they have capability of dealing with. They are sort of they're corvettes. Yeah.
Look, there's nothing wrong with corvettes. This is you don't want everything to be a freaking battleship.
Not everything, as I can regularly try and tell my good colleagues, especially hello Killerman and Philosopher in the Twitch, but no, it's usually a gentleman called Cyclic. Usually when I'm winding him up, because he's one of my senior admins, so I can wind him up. Not every vessel needs to be an Arleigh Burke. Not every vessel needs to be a Burke. They can be. You don't need them all to be that level of ship, because it gets very expensive.
But Dr. Clarke, why do you want to give the U.S. Navy sailor a less capable warship?
Because it's not a.
There's only two types of warships. There's only two types of warships that are acceptable for use by the U.S. Navy sailor: the Ford class nuclear aircraft carrier and the Arleigh Burke. There's nothing else. That's all we can ever make.
Okay.
No, you don't understand.
Okay. Before my brain has to actually die on this thing, and I'll explain this. Nicest way. You want different ships for different levels of missions, and no one ever sensible long-term tries to build everything to be a first rate, because you run out of money and don't have enough ships and you end up wrecking yourself and your economy to support them. So this is why during the Age of Sail, not every ship built was a first rate. They had 6-hull rates and unrated below that, and they had varieties in the unrated sector. And the reason was to build a balanced force to deal with all the various types of threat you have, but also have enough force for fighting the battles when you need the battles, and have enough force for doing the presence mission when you need to do the presence against very minor assets. Because, as I explained, during some of the earlier wars, i.e. the War for Independence against the Americans, the American fleet really didn't justify the Royal Navy having a lot of ships out there, or even their better admirals, because it really didn't. It was only when the French actually decided to come and back up the Americans that suddenly the Royal Navy needed a lot more better ships out there quickly. And that's part of the issues which does lead to Chesapeake Bay. Because the people the Royal Navy had out there who were in charge were not really necessarily the Royal Navy's best, because they were supposed to be literally sitting there just providing logistical support and freedom of the seas and deterrence in case something bigger showed up. Not actually fighting a war. They were supposed to be fighting the naval war where they need the big ships elsewhere. Now, Paul Amos, what is the silliest response in comments this week? I hardly dare read it out. Okay, I'm not going there. There have been some really, really weird ones in the comments. I would say there is an ongoing joke, which actually Walter Brodus, thank you for your involvement in, where someone goes basically says something along the lines of, I either need to talk to Drac, or I need to copy Drac, or I need to listen to Drac. And I sit there and go, he's my best friend. I listen to him regularly enough. And I say, we're on the phone almost every other day. We are literally recording a video this week. We literally had the idea last week. We're recording a video together this week. Who knows when it'll come out, but it's basically, I'll give you an idea. It's us doing the same thing to battleships as we did to the aircraft carriers. Okay? And it's the Two Historians series. It's us doing that. And yeah, there are some people who obviously don't know much about me and Drac because they don't realise how connected we are. Because they literally think that, and they do the same to him though, which is why I was also quite fun of. They have to tell him talk to Dr. Clarke, and you go, nicest way, we talk regularly. We don't always agree. We're friends. We can disagree. In fact, that's what makes our conversations fun. And possibly slightly scary for other people involved in on the airplane when we're flying out to various countries. And might be why our colleagues like Dr. Dan will no longer sit next to us on planes when we're sitting together. In fact, we'll actually ask to be moved to different ends of the aircraft. Physically.
No, it's just I won't pay for the extra legroom upgrade. That's why I get moved. I'm not that tall.
And I swear, I just go with the exit row seat. I'm not paying for fancy first class, just the exit row so I have leg room. And because I actually do trust myself to open the exit door, emergency exit in an emergency, rather than some of the other options I occasionally see sitting there.
I would happily sit in the exit row. I'm not prepared to pay extra for the privilege.
I would just like to point out, Mr. Clarke, you really trust Boeing engineering way too much.
Oh no, we don't.
Sit by the exit door.
No. We fly Airbus. We always make sure we're in an Airbus. And I swear, I don't think I've been on a single flight with Drac on a Boeing in our entire history of ship-shaped trips, including Canada. I think we managed to avoid Boeing every single time. I'm not saying that we specifically select the airlines and aircraft and air routes depending on the aircraft that's going to be flying them. But we may have honestly decided that Finnair were the route which was the air group which were guaranteed to not have a Boeing for their long distance flights, as they have no long distance Boeings at the moment that are so on those roles.
Oh, thank the Lord.
So yeah.
At least you don't fly Spirit.
We don't get told to quit by the
Emirates.
stewardess. We just get offered a lot of free drinks. If they hope that while we're drinking, we shut up.
This does not work.
It caused us to at least stop talking long enough to look at our drinks. And
But they generally don't have
we do
iron.
occasionally get given models to build as well. Yeah, like this. Given to me by Scandic, in the hope it would shut me up on the flight.
Oh, it is ruin on just in another room.
No, they drink me. They give me soft drinks. I get more. I get more Coca-Cola. I get so much Coca-Cola in the air sometimes. Seriously, I could be high on caffeine and sugar if I wasn't so ignorant. My body just didn't ignore the stuff.
All right, so I now have a fancy wash and cure station, and my first, well, technically my second arc fight model is now getting washed.
Anyway, Black.
I'm a week late, but technical difficulties.
Would it be better to go after Iojima instead of Pellu? Would it have been better to go straight to Pellu to Iojima than to Pellu? Not really, because the thing is, your supply line for Iojima, etc. If you have Pellu, it's far more secure. And the thing, that's the point. At certain points, you don't want to be in that situation with the enemy having that kind of base that close to your supply routes. Because whilst in theory they can't support and sustain anything, that's in theory. The enemy doesn't necessarily care about your theories. They will try and implement something.
Castina raises an interesting question. What size bribe do you need to get Sal on an episode of Bruships?
I don't need any bribe to get him on Bruships. Honestly, we do message away and chat away. We just haven't managed to get around to doing anything together, other than the last episode of Two Historians we did together. That's the trouble. It's across the Atlantic. It's busy. It's kind of like trying to coordinate with poor Jamie sometimes, and we're getting the stuff. It's getting all the stuff sorted out. It's like Bill Trumps. We've got this idea of maybe recording a whole group of episodes for Christmas period.
It's a Christmas miracle.
And basically they would go out on Monday evenings. But the trouble is, there is a small issue that if they go live 7:30 every Monday for a few weeks, that could cause a appreciable drop in other areas. So we'll have to sort that out. We'll think about it. We're thinking about it. But the idea would be that would fill some of my slots for, I'd like to do a video every single day during Christmas period. And they do it every year. So yeah. My version of the 12 weeks of Christmas. There will be a video every single day. Colin Cameron. In 1939, all the remaining Leander cloak cruisers are replaced by 1970s variant Leander frigates. Would this be better or worse for the Royal Navy?
I mean, they're not going to be as effective combatants, especially not compared to the ships they're replacing in the role they're replacing them in. At least, just ship for ship.
I'm just thinking about the Graf Spee getting hit by an Exocet.
Oh, but I forget. Are we having the Leanders?
The 1970s, it says 1970s.
Okay, so they do have Exocet that, and they can guide that themselves. They don't need anything else. So
And more, they also
Some of them have Ikera, and they all have helicopters. I mean, your anti-submarine warfare capabilities have just gone through the roof. Yes, you're short cruisers, but in the nicest way, you're never going to be worried about something called a Type 22 submarine, because that's exactly what a Leander... Let's be honest, the Leander is very good at hunting those types of submarines, because that's what they're basically facing when they're being designed, as their core capability. It's the nuke boats which they have the trouble with. All those things would be interesting. If they've got the twin 4.5-inch guns, some of them also in the 1970s, didn't they also get when did they get Seawolf fitted to some of them? Because that's going to be...
They had Sea Cat.
Yeah.
No, some got Seawolf.
Even Sea Cat is going to be a bit of a nightmare for the World War II aircraft to deal with.
Batch 3s.
Because you have Sea Cat, then your Condor Wolves, the Condors are the Condors are going to get knocked out of the sky. Because let's be honest, even Sea Cat can take out a Condor.
Yeah, it's
an out of context problem for a Condor. It wasn't designed with any concept of a Sea Cat existing.
Also, it's not going to have any warning. The first thing it'll know is when suddenly, boom, oh wait, we're dead.
Yes!
I mean, that's assuming that it's not shot down by the 4.5-inch guns.
Yes.
I mean, there is that, but I would point out that you probably, if they can get it right, and they probably can do, you probably want to use Sea Cat against the Condors, because you're pretty much guaranteed a kill, and it's one shot, one kill. Save your 4.5, and the barrel life of that 4.5.
Which is stupid enough to be on the surface, within range of you.
And for any air attack that is including faster moving targets that Sea-Cat might have issue with. Sea-Cat's a good system, but it is still Sea-Cat, and if a BF-109 or something else or a Stuka pulls a rather rapid maneuver, Sea-Cat is going to have a Sea-Cat problem, and it's going to miss because it's Sea-Cat.
That's the thing.
A 4.5 proximity fuse round, however, is not going to miss.
No. And you're going to have your limbo mortars as well.
Oh god, poor U-boats. Poor U-boats.
Yeah.
Like these
are going to be out of
frigates
context
that are designed...
problems. But disturbing enough, when you start thinking about the technology on them, World War II Royal Britain could actually possibly support quite a lot of that technology.
Yes.
I mean, even once the limbo mortars run out, and even once everything else runs out, you've still got the Oerlikons and the 4.5 and the radar to support them. That alone that twin 4.5 alone and the radars makes it the best anti-air asset in the Royal Navy at that point.
Yes, none. But in a nice way, they were developing the 4.5 at this point, and it was the same gun. It was basically it's the same gun mount they have, the twin 4.5 that goes on the Daring class.
No, that's what I mean. Like, even if they run out of Sea Cat and Limbo Mortar, they can sustain the 4.5.
The Limbo Mortar is basically a continuation of the project which they had ongoing with the mortar, with the development they were already doing of getting bigger charges.
It's just the 400 pound. It's just depth charge.
Yeah, it's a 400-pound depth charge mortar, and a nice way they've got what they do if they take a couple of them ashore and they take them apart, they'll be able to match them. Because whilst the technology it is different, Seacat, I don't think they can replace that. Okay, I'm not saying that, but I think the Limbo Mortar they can copy and get to work. I think the sonar they can copy and get to work on other ships. I think the 4-5 gun they can do. I think the radar they can probably do, from considering the Leander radar. The ones which come with Exocet missiles and Seawolf are going to be even more special. I'm not sure what you do with those.
Keep them to be honest, reasonable chance Mediterranean convoys, because would you like to be in an Italian cruiser that with its nice thin armour like the Trento or something against an Exocet?
I mean, its Exocet. It's going to go through its Exocet. It's going to go through any armor of any ship on the planet.
Well, I'm just thinking about one Seawolf equipped Leander with Force Z.
Hey, Dr. Clarke, you're gonna need. I'm gonna send you another stream together invite. Looks like you had a bit of a.
Minor moment.
I was more thinking about protecting the illustrious, royal, and formidable in the Med in 1941.
That is true.
Yeah,
but I would also look at the Exocet equipped ships and look at them and go, that's basically a capital ship destruction, a full salvo of Exocet. Doesn't matter what capital ship it is. You basically would spread them out so that each fleet has at least one. Ideally more than one. Also, and you basically have them with the major fleet when a sortie occurs, and as soon as you get wind that Elitorio, Bismarck, Tirpitz, Scharnhorst, the Yamatos, the Congos, the Iseis, whatever, is at sea and within your operational radius, you go and you sink that target, or a carrier if you're fighting the Japanese.
I was just looking. They've got Type 965 radar. Which would be very nice, but what's the right way of putting it? It against the threats at that point, it's going to be very good, and it's probably not going to have the problems of other ones, and it's bordering on being able to be fitted to actually be replicated, probably.
Well, if you get the ships from the 1970s, you've got 26 vessels, of which 7 are carrying Exocet. Oh, no. 7 are carrying Exocets. Actually, no, 8 are carrying Exocet. Sorry, there's one of the batch freeze. There are 8 carrying Ikara.
So I think they get... So the Ikara ones get Atlantic duty, I think.
You have to remember the Exocet ones also get Seacat.
So they're going to be with the major fleets.
Yeah.
Those 7.
Juno was converted into a navigational training ship, which did remove her radar and all her armament, but her flight deck is sending over a mortar, but she does have an SDLOS torpedo system and 2 20mm guns. You also have to remember the Leander class, as a baseline, had twin 4.5-inch guns, Seacats, 20mm guns, 40mm guns, limbo mortars, and torpedo tubes on quite a lot of them. They're Mark 46 torpedoes, but they're still going to take out submarines. The ones which Icaras have also got Mark 12-inch torpedoes. It's pretty interesting once you go through them all and go through the batch frees are going to be pretty much as they were historically, mostly, apart from one of them, which is actually completed in time. So yeah, you'd have 26 pretty interesting ships, even in their original build. they're going to be a pretty potent ship and a pretty useful vessel. Because your initial build is a single Sea-Cat launcher, twin 4.5-inch guns, some 2 20mm guns, 2 40mm single guns, and a limbo mortar.
They also have Bofors in a... I'm just checking the details of the mount.
They're Mark 7s, Mark 7 Bofors in single mountings. And that's only in the first 7, I have to admit, though. So, some of them don't get that.
But that's stacked.
Yeah.
That's the what does stag stand for again?
Oh, good lord. Yeah, I was wondering if they actually got a ship which did have the Exocet Seawolf conversion. And it would be, they would get Andromeda. And actually, no, they get Andromeda and Charybdis if they get the 1970 ships. So Andromeda and Charybdis, they get 2 ships which have Seawolf on them and Exocet missiles. So actually, they've got 9 Exocet ships, and they've got 2 with Seawolf. Now, if those 2 are with Seawolf, I'm not sure where you put them, but yeah, definitely I would put the Seawolf in the spaces where I didn't think I was going to have a carrier.
Or would you have them buddy up the carriers and guard the carriers?
No, because in nicest way, the ones with 40mm, etc., and things on that and those cannon, far more useful to buddy up the carriers. These can go and, let me put it this way, if you've got them sitting on their own, if you've got one of those with, considering they carry 30 missiles in their Seawolf SAMs, right? One of them sitting with Force Z wipes out the air attack coming into Force Z. You get the 30 Seawolf missiles going off first, and that's practically 1 shot, 1 kill. Because none of those aircraft are expecting that to happen to them. And then the 4.5-inch guns start going off.
Yeah, I'm just trying to... I'm just looking at the Stag Bofors mount and trying to... Because it's got a self-contained nice little radar.
Oh,
hasn't it?
And in Castaneer, yes, you are completely right. The Exocet problems penetrating battleship armor, but it's not the belt armor. They will wreck the superstructure, but that will probably be a mission kill of that battleship, and then you'll have to get it back into service, and that means that battleship's out of service for a while. And while it's in docks being refitted, that's when it's also weak because it can't be moved for months on end. So you can move pieces around on the chessboard to do a special strike on that. As the Germans will testify to, every time they had a battleship in dry dock, the RAF got very, very geographically creative.
Indeed, they did.
Oh yes, Stag. It's the self-stabilized tachometric anti-aircraft gun.
Yes.
It's got its own predictive fire control with a Type 262 radar. You're only a couple of years ahead.
Yeah.
This is the point. You're only a couple of years ahead of where they are, so you should be able to get it.
Yes.
In theory.
It'll be interesting. Bowman Boy, what are the Brazilian Navy's likely opponents in the present day, and what areas of contention with them are there? Present day issues, we won't... it's mainly neighbours, who are not always good friends. But also there's the international world order to an extent, because Brazil is quite tied into it. And as World War II and other great wars have shown, they do sometimes find themselves dragged into these things. But also, and the other trouble for the Brazilians is that their major issue is needing to have the status they need in order to be the player they perceive themselves to be in South America.
Yep. Okay. And on that little article, unfortunately, I do have to go now.
You need to go to bed. Go on.
Yep. Good night, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Good night. Look after yourself.
Are there famous naval actions on lakes and rivers? Yes, the Great Lakes has had a whole load of them, and there's been a few on rivers which I'm talking about as the year goes on, and as the years have gone on in terms of the American Civil War, but also in terms of China and their naval battles. Some of the largest naval battles fought in history have taken place on rather large rivers with the Chinese.
Yes, there's like one in the collapse of. Is it the Sang Dynasty?
Yeah.
Where you're talking 300 to 500 ships on each side.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's pretty much it's
I
actually
always
is
remember
enough. It's this book.
Oh, you've got the book for it.
Yes, the Cambridge History of China. I have the complete series. The Sung China, 960 to 1279. There you go. That period, it has a massive. Oh, and I have that there because that's the major battle I have to attend to. I'm currently doing an article on.
So I listen to my own stream audio just to make sure that nobody's deafening each other.
Yeah.
Fuck. So are you surprised that Dr. Clarke has a book for that?
No, I was more surprised I remembered it.
Okay.
I've actually done a video on that battle already.
Also,
Is that
believe
the
it or
one where
not,
they
Ron,
utilised the fire ships?
They did all sorts of fun things in that battle. It was an absolute battle of annihilation at certain points.
Yeah.
I will say, Runon, it is quite plausible Dr. Clarke might not have a book, as it is almost a statistical impossibility that Dr. Clarke has every book.
Sad, but
it's
true.
also statistical. It's also a statistical impossibility that I simultaneously combust in this chair.
No, that's actually plausible.
I'm just saying. The big Dr. C's got a heck of a lot of books.
And every time I get enough money coming through from the lovely people on Twitch, I buy extra books instead of doing sensible things with my money.
We all have vices.
Yeah, like how they've announced the Horus Heresy box comes next week. That's good. And it's a good job I've had a lot of shifts this week.
Is that the Saturnine box, or is that the new
Saturnine.
edition box?
Saturnine
that's
is
pretty
the
cool.
new edition box.
That's no.
That's cruel.
Oh no.
It was announced today that it comes in 1 week.
I for pre-orders, right?
Yes.
I'm going to start you off on a question with Tema282. Should the Royal Navy have multiple 4.5-inch 45 cal automated deck guns in their future warships? Now, in a nice way, I'm going to start you off on this, and I'm going to leave you a second because I'm going to get Poodle to bed. But 4.5-inch 45 cal. No, we're moving on to the 5-inch is what we're probably going to. At the moment, we're at the 55 cal, not the 45 cal, and that has the rate of fire of 25 rounds per minute on automatic fire. So that's probably enough, and that's got a fairly good gun life as well. The maximum range of 17 odd miles. But I think I would like the Royal Navy to get back to having twin main deck guns. I think it would be good if they were 6-inch and 3-inch, and they had multiple of them. But I am not always on a winning battle. But I'm going to let you all discuss this quickly while I take the Poodle to his bedtime. Say goodbye to everyone.
Raleigh, make with limbs.
Good night, Raleigh.
Oh.
Be a good boy.
Come. Bedtime.
So if we go with the if we say it's the generic medium caliber gun, so I think we're going for the 5-inch 62 cal for the new ships. Yes, I think we should have several of them per larger ship. Yes, a twin mount would be nice because it will save space. And you can reload. You can restock at sea. Anyone got any other thoughts other than just yes?
I
Well,
apologize.
if we really,
My attention has been lacking.
well, if you want to do something fun, I don't know, like stick 2 twin turrets or something.
Yeah.
Return to the age of super firing. Just because it genuinely looks nice. But on a bit more serious note, actually, I do think a twin gun probably would actually have some statistical use.
Have a good one, Paul.
I mean, what I'd like is two twins, which
Yeah.
might sound excessive, but with a twin, you unsurprisingly you have the 2 barrels, so you can get double the rate of fire. But you also have several single points of failure on that one twin mounting that will render it unusable. So that's why I want a second mounting, which might well also have a twin. And that way, if all is going well, you have 4 guns to put up your wall of flak, or provide interestingly large amounts of naval gunfire support to friends, or whatever. And it means that you can potentially have, 1 gun in each pair loaded with a flak shell and 1 with an anti-submarine shell. If you're heading into somewhere where you're worried there may be unfriendly people, or if not actually loaded, then first up in the slot. And that would be nice. The idea that you could just kind of start addressing any problems that might occur quickly like that. The question would be fitting these around your need for large VLS farms on your center line without having a forecastle that is about the length of an Iowa class is. That's the only problem.
Reject modern entity. Return to the Atlantic bow.
Genuine, I wouldn't mind, a proper bow like that. 2 twin turrets, 4. Who knows? Maybe go truly mad. Stick 1 on the aft. You don't need hangar space. And if you do need that, that's for the midship, right?
I mean, you can. I mean, if you have 1 aft, you could potentially stick it up on a superstructure above the hangar. And it's also a nice way of making sure that the helicopter pilots remain polite as you track them in.
What's that? You want to come into land? Well, you were rather rude in the mess yesterday.
What's the magic word?
Or did you bring the beer? And yeah, I mean, and especially if you can start getting more of the VLS farms that don't need to be on the center lines, so you can have them down the sides of your ship more. That starts to get more interesting, and I could see having quite a narrow where on a so on an Aegis class you've just got the big slabby blocky superstructure, and on the Daring class you've got the kind of pointy superstructure to put your radar on. I could see doing that, except in more of a 2-dimensional, so it's narrower in the beam, so that you have space along your beam for at least some, VLS cells for something small like Sea Scepter.
I mean, like the Zumwalts, which have the deck edge VLS.
Yeah, so go deck edge VLSs, so that you've then got your 2. We've decided we want a minimum of 2 twin medium caliber guns.
Sounds good to me.
Forward. There's a debate about having 1 aft or not. I mean, you could go for your 3-inch guns aft.
I would say
probably makes sense.
You probably want about 4 twin 3-inch guns and 4 twin 40mm, as well as your 2 twin 6-inch.
Because the 3-inch will still keep the helicopter crew in line.
Yeah,
you don't mind, and you've got to. Basically, what you do is you have the 3-inch guns mounted on the corners and the 4-inch mounted in the 40mm mounted in a diamond. So basically, go have the two twin 3-inch mounts mounted either side, 40mm mounted on higher position in the middle, either, and then have 40mm, two 40mm at the waist.
Yeah, the main limiting step is fitting all your VLS in, which is why I want to be able to stick them along the sides.
Yeah,
but I still need the height to stick a radar up, but it doesn't have to be a 3-dimensional height.
To be fair, you can stick them in between them. Or you can stick the missiles sort of in positions. You can sort of go gun area, missile, gun area, missile.
Yeah.
You can put the missiles around, and I think a dispersed magazine structure does make sense to me for missiles. I rather dislike the idea of putting all your magazines together, because to me it puts your eggs all in one basket.
I mean, you could always have a center section in your ship with a load more VLS. Kind of between forward
Thank you.
sensors.
Thank you, Brandon Larson, for the memberships. Thank you.
And then aft you have your helicopter deck. So you could kind of fit stuff in that gap between those two. A bit of a Q turret type vibe there.
Yeah. Always good.
I mean, admittedly, it's not going to be a small ship at this stage, but you know,
if you're talking about what's basically we're talking about is how we outfit the future Type 83s, then you're not talking about a small ship.
No.
US Montana 67. I got an ad and missed a membership. I'm sorry to hear that, Montana 67. That is cruel. Has anyone tried building a 40mm phalanx? They actually tried building a 35mm phalanx, and it was it worked, but it was heavy, and no one's quite sure about its substantive value when it was first built. But I would love to see him actually try and work on building a modern 40mm phalanx. Seneca Nero, what would a real pocket battleship be if a travel class is a back pocket cruiser? Something that fulfills the peacetime duties of a battleship but the wartime duties of a strong cruiser, or the other way around? This is going to sound weird, but basically what you're looking for in terms of, if you consider a tribal is very much armed as a armed as a destroyer, but it can fulfill the peacetime roles of a cruiser, and some of the wartime ones in terms of the scouting, etc., and presence. So basically, you'd be talking about something which was a cruiser, which could fulfill the peacetime roles of a battleship, so it had enough status, elegance that could fulfill those roles. Now, this is the point at which the Deutschland class does actually have an argument for it, but the thing is they are really modernized coastal defense ships in so many ways, with the raiding ability added on, in terms of how they're used, in terms of what they're for. So this is one of the reasons why I argue against them. I would say, if I had been building one and I hadn't had the treaties around, it would have been something with probably about 12 9.2-inch guns in 4 triple turrets in that period, and it would have been armoured to deal with equivalent fire and armed with sufficient air defense, etc., all these things. So it would look very big and powerful, but it would obviously be a cruiser, but carrying enough torpedoes, etc., that the only thing that's really going to be able to beat it up in a fight is going to be a battleship. Nothing else really wants to engage it at that point.
To stoke the pot a bit, I guess, on this one then, because while I don't personally necessarily like it being called this, the Alaskas, would they maybe get classic, because they're definitely presents.
Like I'd agree. They've got 12-inch guns, so they've got 12-inch guns. They are heavy cruisers. They're not battle cruisers or anything that people sometimes imagine them to be. They're where the large armored cruiser would have come back to if you sort of had a scenario where the Tiger Cubs have been built. And I think honestly, if World War I had held off for even a couple of years, you'd have found something being built in that range, because the battle cruisers had evolved so much further away from where they'd originally started, that the gap had opened up between the light cruisers and the battle cruisers to such an extent you needed something to fill that gap. to fulfill the missions and roles, which he did, which were basically they required too much to be done by a light cruiser, but they required too little to justify using one of your scarce battle cruisers for. And they were being covered in the intermediate period by the armored cruisers because they were available and they could do it. But at a certain point, you need to start replacing them.
So
Definitely accept your logic. I just don't like them being called cruisers, and I despise the term large cruiser in general.
I would say it's
Or
basically
supercruiser,
a nice
but...
way. What would have continued on is they would have probably been called armored cruiser, and then they'd been turned into heavy cruiser by any sort of treaty scenario. So you'd have had your heavy and your light cruisers, your two categories, and they would have been true heavy cruisers, if that makes sense. And so
I almost want to say capital cruiser more than that, but I guess
no.
Yeah.
The moment you have capital in, you've got a capital ship.
Yeah,
It's kind of like once you add battle in, you've got a battle. You know, the thing is, there are words you have to avoid are capital and battle.
Capital ships.
They are capital assets. You cannot make that case, but they are realistically they are made capital ships more by the way the treaty system sets them up than they are by the reality of their design and construction.
That's the big problem with the idea of a pocket battleship. It only works as a coastal defense ship idea because fundamentally the role of a battleship is as a capital ship, and a capital ship is a capital asset, and anything that is not a capital ship is not a capital ship, and that's the big difficulty. So trying to have something that crosses that border is the big problem.
And I would say, Carl, the trouble is you brought up the 10 towns versus the 3 Panzer Chief. The Panzer Chief are built over a long period, and while they're being built, the Royal Navy builds the Arafusers, the Leanders, the Amphions, and the towns, and also starts on the Didos, and what else? Finish off the counties. There's just so many cruisers being built. This is one of the other reasons why the poor Panzer Chief are. They are. I call them Panzer Chief because that's what they really are. They are that. They are not. Calling them pocket battleships is entirely an invention of newspapers. They're not pocket battleships. They are the category. If they fit in, I think it's the heavy cruiser category. Yes, they have 11-inch guns, but they are not in any way, shape, or form a battleship. They are not armoured against their own guns. They're not able to really... In the nicest way, they are, as we talked about before in Battle River Plate, they are knocked about heavily by 6-inch gunfire. And in nicest way, there is no scenario you can think of where a cut-price county, because Exeter, as lovely as she is a cut-price county, and 2 Leander class should have been able to beat up a battleship of equivalent period. If you consider when they're being built, if you think about the equivalent battleship from that period and from that scenario is going to be possibly the North Carolina class. Does anyone in this chat imagine a North Carolina class not looking at us 2 Leanders and the cut price county and going, "Oh, your lunch"?
I think they would probably hold off engaging in the same way that a first-rate ship of the line would not engage an unrated sloop in the Age of Sail.
No, they'd engage. They've got torpedoes. They could be a threat, but and it's the same. It's,
okay, well, in that case, they'll be welcoming 16-inch shells into the mess and dying violently.
It's the same with the Dunkirks and this scenario. The trouble is the thing for the Deutschland class, which really does weaken them, and is one of the problems I have with them. Is people go, well, look, they have 6-inch, 11-inch guns. Yes, but they are mounted in such a way they can't really be as effectively coordinated, because you cannot orientate the ship without exposing the whole ship while still firing them. So if they've been mounted all forward like the Dunkirks, then you start to have more of an argument, because suddenly you've got 6 11-inch guns forward and they can only present they only have to present a narrow field. and you can start to do things to the design to actually make it add up more. But the way they're built, they are more of a pre-dreadnought built in the modern era than they are a pre-dreadnought coastal defense ship, starship, i.e. Schleswig-Holstein replacement, than they are a pocket battleship of the modern period.
Yeah. This is what I mean. It only works in a context of being a coastal defense ship, in that you will make people send something substantial if they want to annoy your coast.
Oh, yeah.
They'll work like that, but apart from that, they're not.
The fact is, the Royal Navy. Again, the other argument against being a pocket battleship is the Royal Navy. If HMS Cumberland had run into the Graf Spee on her own, the Graf Spee was avoiding her for a reason. A full fat county is a significant threat and could probably arguably win that fight. Solo.
Could certainly render her
combat inoperative.
Yeah, and a mission kill.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a case of no. Whereas, even if a full fat county goes up against Renown or Repulse, they have a good chance that they will beat that county before it does that to them, probably. Yeah,
and they have
paper thin armor. They are armored by someone called Jackie Fisher, who believes speed is life. Yeah.
Live fast, die young.
Yeah. I think Knight 6831, that's a repeat of Knight's earlier question. So, Felix B, how to deal with the Chinese naval militia boats? In peacetime, it's very complicated. It requires a lot of maritime security efforts. In wartime, life becomes a little bit more simple. Are they flagged by the Chinese government? Are they carrying a Chinese government flag? Yes. Right then. Point a gun at them. If they don't surrender, put hole in them. In peacetime, well, are they civilian? Are they military? What are they? You suddenly have to work out and deal with it. You have to deal with the fact that it's a foreign flag vessel. There's all sorts of complications. It's one of those things of, the naval militia are really useful vessels and really problematic to deal with in the period immediately preceding a war, when tensions are rising and you're wanting to manage tensions. Then they become a massive, massive problem to manage. The moment a conflict starts, they suddenly are very, very weak. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think actually the best counter is probably with something similar, which is why I'm interested in ice-rated fishing boats.
Oh yeah, or you could just go for you take that style hull, and you call it an OPV.
No, it would need to be. It would be civilian with a civilian crew who, oh dear, did they accidentally?
Oh, so basically, you want to weaponize the Cornish and Scottish fishing fleets.
You need to weaponize them? You just needed to point them in a general direction.
If you're giving them ice-breaking rated ice-rated trawlers, you are weaponizing them because you're giving them the ability to ram.
I mean, I'm also going to do it for things like the Hull fishing fleet, the Grimsby one.
Yeah, but the ones you've got to really watch for are going to be the deep sea fishing boats, and have a look at where the deep sea fishing boats from the UK work from.
Yeah, they do now, but I'm also thinking that some may still remember the 2nd Pacific Squadron.
Oh, and you want to weaponize all of them? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So they would all receive. Look, they will be useful vessels. They will enable fishing in interesting places. They will be well protected from things. They have lots of uses, and you can you can do various other things with them. And the fact that they can take on bullies and meet them at their own game is just a happy coincidence.
Yeah. Dwayne Twap. What if the illustrious class were implacables? Implacables were audacious and audacious were mortals. How does this change World 2 and post-World War? It means that in the nicest way, if the illustrious class are implacables, then the airstrike which is going to be hitting Taranto is going to be about twice the historical strength. And if the implacables are audaciouses, then you get them into service. They're going to be very, very useful hulls coming into service late to war. Far bigger. And if the audaciouses are Maltas, then the Royal Navy is far better prepared for the post-World War II period. But also, they probably don't pause construction as early. And so they possibly get as many free built post-World War II. Because they'll be that much further along and that easier to complete, which changes things. But mainly, the main advantage you're going to have is earlier on, you're going to have to grow the fleet air arm that much more quickly, which means you will probably have larger pools of personnel to draw from for victorious, etc. But I'm thinking more the impact on the... If you do enough damage at Taranto that the Italians aren't able to do the amphibious lift to support Crete, and Crete doesn't fall, then you probably have a carrier for Force Z, and that has huge knock-on effects. Even one carrier out of Force Z. Even one carrier has a massive, massive impact. And yeah, it's one of those things of...
Even if Illustrious has been dinged, and Ark Royal's not going to be saved in this change-up, but Formidable wouldn't be... You've saved Formidable from being dinged.
Oh, probably. But also, in a nicer way, you think about the fighter strength you're going to be carrying on these ships. Because an implacable air group is about twice the size of an illustrious class. So they carry, as a rule, roughly 80 aircraft. The illustrious class, as a rule, carry roughly 40 aircraft. So you're carrying twice the strike aircraft, but also twice the number of fighters, with all the spare parts associated with them. And you've still got pretty much the same armor grade. You've got a lot more firepower in terms of air defense guns, below the 8 twin 4.5 inch, of course. Montana, Lusty could carry 57, but that's with deck parking and when she's on to lighter aircraft, which is a fighter-heavy complement. So Implacable could carry 80 aircraft when she's still got a huge number of strike aircraft. 35 questions left from Paul Amos. Thank you. We'll reopen when we're down to 25. We'll get it back up to about 50, and that should be that we have about 85 questions, which is roughly what we tend to answer a week. And seeing as I will probably be going on to the same time as normal, that will probably be about okay.
I will not be going on till the same time as normal.
No, because you have work tomorrow, and you're sensible, and you also have a party tomorrow evening to go to.
It's not a party, it's merely a nice, pleasant social get-together.
I know, and just a small heads up that if the house goes through as expected, and it's as expected, then I might be asking to be your house guest from the 15th to the 17th of this month. If you don't mind, if that's possible. If it's not possible, I'll book a hotel. I have no qualms. But if it is possible...
Hopefully it should be. I just need to do tidying.
Why is that? not surprise me too much.
I just, I won't be there. I won't take up too much of your time. I'll just be cleaning out an old house.
It's more. I'm assuming you want somewhere to sit down.
That's usually the trouble. Yeah. But yeah, if you have the Implacables replace the Illustriouses, you have a major change throughout World War II. Also, when the Implacable level of Victorious turns up, then you have her and Saratoga. Saratoga still has a larger air group, but there isn't that much differential in them. And goodness knows what those two get up to together.
Fun, hijinks, shenanigans.
A lot of problems for a lot of people, but it's... The odds are they are carrying an air group of... Probably we're talking about 36 fighters, probably the British would load them out in with 24 to 36 fighters, and 36 to 48. Probably it's 36 fighters and 36 strike aircraft. Probably would what they'd be loaded with, and they'd be loaded with. They'd be carrying something like 18. Well, they'd probably be carrying 12. Probably knowing the British in terms of their earlier refit, they'd have 12 skewers and 24. Well, they might actually. Actually, in the air group, if you scale up from from the Courageous class, they'd end up with 24 Fulmars, 24 skewers, and 36 swordfish or albacores aboard. Which, okay, that doesn't sound that great, but then you realise that's 48 aircraft which can do the fighting role, especially in the zoom and boom role. And the skewer, as interesting as it is in that role, it can do it. And that still means you've got 48 aircraft. And you look at how well they do with 12 Fulmars. You now have twice as many Fulmars and 24 skewers. You also have those skewers to add on to the strike at Taranto. So you have 24 of them plus the 36 swordfish going in. Plus you possibly have the 12 Fulmars coming along to do strike escort and drop the flares. And so you've got 24 aircraft loaded with bombs, 36 with torpedoes, and 12 coming in with flares, probably in 3 waves, or maybe 2 waves. And yes, again, the Giulio Cesare does possibly survive, but it also possibly gets hit by a whole load of dive bombers, as the only thing which is being lit up but not hit by torpedo bombers.
I mean, my only thought on that is they might have got new aircraft.
No.
Do you not think? If
no,
they've got a bigger...
in a nice way, you've got the same issue. So, in a nice way, you've ordered the 27,000-ton design, and the Royal Navy would like better aircraft, but they're still going to have the issue of the Air Ministry and that sort of thing. They can control the carrier design until the 1937 INSCIP award, which comes finalised in 1939. The Royal Navy don't have full control, so to change aircraft procurement, you have to change that a lot earlier. Okay, so that's not going to change.
They might have got their Sea Spitfires.
No. As much as they like them, they're not going to get... No, it's not going to change.
You're still fighting with the RAF.
You're still fighting the Air Ministry. Not even the RAF, it's the Air Ministry.
Yeah.
So that's going to happen. But if you think about it, if you also add on 12 swordfish taken off from Eagle, you could then have a strike group, which, two strike waves, which would be centered around 6 Fulmars carrying flares, 12 of the skewers carrying 500-pound bombs, and 24 swordfish carrying torpedoes. And let's say 2 of those swordfish don't get through, one from each wave. That's still going to be 46 torpedoes launched into that harbour.
And look at what they did with, what was it, 11?
A little, yeah, roughly that.
Did our Twitch?
What's Twitch done again?
Why are you like this?
Has it disconnected you again, my friend?
It appears to have dropped the...
But mine's been going for 46 minutes, has been fine. now.
I have no idea. It could be chair to keyboard interface problem. I don't know. Whatever.
Are you suggesting
It's fixed now.
Are you suggesting you're a picnic?
Yeah.
For those not knowing
Some
what
people
picnic
have
mean,
called me a
picnic is
Some people have called me a snack.
yeah. Well, for those not sure what that means, a picnic in IT terms is when the problem is in chair, not in computer. They are a picnic. Because it's far nicer to say over the phone, yeah, I think we've got I think we're going to have a picnic. We have a picnic today. Than to say, hello, yes, the person you sent me up to fix the computer of is an idiot. Or, once again, they have forgotten to turn it on at the wall after being very energy friendly and turning it off at the wall, and they have called us and made a fuss and called their head of department, our head of department, and the head of the university to complain about IT services when they hadn't turned the plug on at the wall. Saying that causes trouble. Saying it, once again, we're having a picnic today, sounds so much nicer. Black Horse, what happens if the Italian Navy joins the British in World War II? The Royal Navy is very, very happy. The Germans are very, very unhappy. A lot of the fighting in North Africa doesn't take place. There's probably no invasion of Greece. And the Germans are probably trying to do mountain warfare. France may or may not fall, because if Italy announces they're joining Britain and it happens before France falls, and the French government might decide that they don't need to, that they've got the Italians are on their side, so we're not going to fall. And then who knows what happens to poor Hitler, because at that point he could be dealing with the Italian army coming across the Alps into his back door while he's been sending troops into Europe.
Memories of World War One.
This is the exact war the Italian army's been preparing to fight.
Yes. And the Italians get Austria. And Britain and France probably consider Austria a fine thing to hand the Italians to finish the war with the Germans nice and quickly. And poor Japan is crying because the war's over quickly enough that Britain and France, Britain is rearmed and is heavily armed, but is not distracted.
Yeah, and
Well, the Americans aren't too happy either.
No.
I suspect the Americans are kind of bemused.
The other person who might be unhappy is Stalin.
Yeah,
because suddenly that invasion of Poland looks really bad politics.
Yeah.
Actually, this might be the worst timeline then. Because if the Nazis don't end up being able to go full Nazi, what's the chance that Britain, France, and Italy take a negotiated peace to deal with the Soviets that just invaded Poland? Or
no, because the British, the negotiated peace they will take is that Hitler, who has proved himself to be an untrustworthy ally, because the reason why Mussolini's gone to war against him is because he broke his word with him, and he's broken his word with Britain, broken his word with France. There must be complete regime change in Germany. Probably they decide to put Hermann Goering in charge.
Oh dear God.
hence the worst timeline. Well, bad timeline.
Well, let's be honest. It would have a lot of speeches, but it would nothing would get done.
The infighting would get worse.
I would worry about
Germany's probably in civil war very shortly.
I could see the more extreme parts of the Nazi Party taking over. The more delusional parts, shall we say.
They could. Well, the thing
And I could
is,
also then see them collapsing.
yeah, and the thing is, they could try, but again, if it depends on what happens in terms of. The thing is, if they've lost the war that conclusively and they've been disarmed, again, they're now facing all sorts of issues because it's get rid of it, change your leadership, and oh, by the way, you are losing this, and this.
Yeah, but would they actually do that though, given the Soviet Union?
Because,
that's just a component.
Probably.
It might be a case of having a rearmed Germany just to stop it going red.
Oh no, the things they would get rid of them would be they're not allowed battleships. They wouldn't be allowed. They'd probably lose their cruisers. They'd have to disarm their ship fleet down to destroyers. They wouldn't be allowed submarines, which would weigh more than 500 tons. Probably actually less than that. Probably they'd limit them down to. Oh, I'm thinking probably the U class. So probably the British. Probably they're limited to boats that displace no more than 500 tons.
I'm worried about what the French would install.
And
part of this Versailles part true.
The French would probably try and basically it would be Versailles 2 electric boogaloo. But
that's where I point out the Soviet issue in the room.
Yeah, but the thing is also the Soviets. It's going to sound strange. Stalin might be forced back. Because for Stalin in this scenario, the problem comes is whilst he's just finished the war with the Japanese, he's not ready for war on his eastern. He's not ready for war on his western front. He's not ready for war on it yet. So he needs. It sounds terrible, but he needs there to be peace. And if you've got a disarmed Germany, he will go, I only took Poland as a buffer zone against this adventurous, aggressive Germany. Let me back down. He might even join in the nicest way.
Yeah.
If Germany's on the ropes, I can see him joining in the same way Mussolini did with France.
Yeah.
One moment, Doc's trying to get my sausage.
That's terrible.
A common problem among pets.
Yes. Bowman Boy, hopefully not too political, but do you think the Iranian leadership will choose to test nuclear weapons knowing the likely Western Israeli response? No. I don't think they're at the point. I don't think they're anywhere near the point where they could test those weapons, even if they wanted to. And I think their program has been quite significantly dismantled.
A discussion about this on
despite some of their claims. I would say the real scenario for the real problem for the Iranians that they're currently facing are the people who survived from their program, considering all the things that were going on in Iran itself, let alone elsewhere, are the people who survived people who were presumed too stupid by the Israelis to be worth taking out, or are they Israeli double agents? Or Israeli agents? They don't know. They don't know. So I'd say their first order of business is going to be figuring out those issues.
Actually, while we're on this topic, we were talking about this on Friday with Cyclic.
Yes.
And he brought up that he thinks there will be a nuclear exchange if Iran gets the bomb by Israel.
Yes. Yes.
What's your thinking on that?
Oh, there would be. Because you have to remember that Iran-Israel is the acceptable war for them to try and displace Saudi Arabia as in its power, in its position in the Arab world. Because basically it all comes down to, especially the ruling religious council's view on, to an extent, the Sunni Shia argument, and control of Mecca and Medina.
The Cyclic suggested that it would be an Israeli first strike should Iran
Oh yes, the
do a
Israeli.
successful
In the
test.
nicest way, I'm fairly certain if the Iranians try and do something or do a test, the Israelis will go first, because they will be sure the Iranians will be coming for them. And you have to remember, this is what people seem to forget is the Israeli mindset forged out of the Holocaust. And I am not in the mood for any Holocaust deniers in this chat. The nicest way, I had family who helped relieve those camps and were involved in that, and I know I learned enough from them to know that it happened. Okay,
Not for debate.
no. So the thing is, their thing of that is they never will want to allow themselves to be in a situation where they are that at risk ever again. The whole point of Israel, for a lot of their mindsets, is that Israel is the last refuge and safe space for Jews to go to should people get such ideas ever again. They can go to Israel and they'll be safe. So they will always hit first. They will always hit first.
They also, and at least this is what they think, they don't have the space to give up for time.
No.
That's why they fight in your territory.
You see, Britain has this. Britain, I sometimes explain to people, people cannot understand that the difference is that they have this. Britain has the sea. That's our strategic depth, and always has been. We don't have to train. We don't have to exchange land for time. We exchange the requirement of building up enough sea force to get here for time.
Yeah.
And that's what we do. That's how we've always worked out. We exchange. You have to build up a naval capability to match or exceed ours in order to be able to reach us. So that is our strategic time. That's our strategic depth.
I mean, admittedly, at the moment, it would take maybe a long weekend to do that, but that's not the point.
No. It would take longer. There are some very nasty assets in the British stockpile. Some very, very nasty assets.
There's just not enough of them.
No, there isn't enough of them, but there's enough nastiness. It would take you time to do it. In the nicest way, there needs to be more subs. There needs to be more fleet auxiliaries. There needs to be more escorts, and there needs to be more of everything. But yeah, the things that are in there are nasty enough that you're going to have to think. You have to be very, very careful if you're going to go for this. Knights of Grown. If the improved Taikeo Kai proposal was built in 1930, would 2-4 be what the Germans would go for, as it had longer range and improved underwater defense and protection of machinery? Yes. Because building better cruisers is what you do. You build them into groups of 4. That's what the Japanese do. Castanea, how often are naval ships rated for icebreaking? Depends on the navy. Depends on navy and circumstances. If you're regularly surrounded by ice, then you've got to have quite a few which are rated for it. If you're not, then why would you? It's a lot of expense. And adds weight to the hull, which causes other issues.
Question is, are you Sweden or not?
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what was the Blackburn Buccaneer? I will leave this to Foxo. I will just get a picture of it up.
The Blackburn Buccaneer was the only actually good aircraft Blackburn ever made. And even then, they almost bunged it up.
They also had the Blackburn Shark.
And the Blackburn.
No, Blackburn Shark, not the Blackburn. Blackburn Shark. The only reason I'm saying the Blackburn Shark was a very, very good torpedo bomber for its period, and there's a reason so many different other people bought it.
I mean, fair. So, the Blackburn. It was a twin-engined strike aircraft, and later for the Royal Navy and later RAF.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a rather unique aircraft.
Some very unique pilots who were chronically afraid of of altitude sickness.
Yes. Because it had a couple of very interesting innovations on it. Because as far as I'm aware, it's the first aircraft with where it can I can't remember what it's called now. Is it diffused surfaces?
Yeah.
Where it can blow hot air over its own control surfaces to give it maneuverability at low speeds, which took roughly 17.91% of the jet engine's thrust.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a very low altitude, teetering on subsonic, though if it went subsonic it would lose the tail, strike aircraft.
In supersonic.
No, I said it was subsonic. If it tried to go supersonic, lose its tail.
Yep. No, you said if it would try to go subsonic, it would lose its tail, which would
okay.
be very much the wrong thing. Things go awfully if that happens.
Mm-hmm.
We're gone.
And essentially, it is a rather novel solution to anti-aircraft in the 1960s and 70s.
It is basically, I would add to that, it's basically the British response to the Svuldov class. Those cruisers are very heavily armed for AA work, and basically the British go, we can go fast, or we can go very, very low, and you'll never see us coming. And these were the aircraft which considered, how do I put this? They had to climb up, they had to gain altitude to land on their carriers.
They had to gain altitude to put their landing gear down.
Yes, from talking to an old vet I know who flew one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's his friend of my dad's. It was these aircraft, even in training, flew low enough. It was regularly that they would lose things off the pylons.
Yes.
Yes.
They have to gain altitude to lower their wheels.
Yes. And do an attack by flying below the search plane of the Sverdlov's radar, which is about a 5 to 10 meter altitude bracket.
Yeah. They used to scare the Americans at Red Flag because the Americans at Red Flag would, how do I put this politely, go, yes, what altitude are you flying at? Because we didn't detect anything. Altitude? Oh, we were flying at 7. 7 foot? 7 meters? 7 centimeters.
Yes, because these aircraft entered service before radar altimeters.
Yeah.
So they had square panels filled with clear plastic or glass, so you could see the altitude.
So the pilot would be looking down and going, yeah.
There's an old saying at them. 50 meters, cows have legs. At 10 meters, sheep have legs. At 5 meters, dogs have legs. And if you can see the legs of the local cats, you're just a bit too low.
If you cannot count grass blades individually, you are at high altitude, and you obviously are a hooligan. Okay.
Wait a minute. What if you can't count blades of grass individually because you're going too fast?
Common issue.
Common issue.
The nicest way, then you need to fly lower because you're obviously flying too high. Because low altitude means that you'll be able to count those blades of grass anyway.
Yep. And so during this early part of its service, once they put the twin spool engines in, worked perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
But around the 70s to the 80s, the Royal Navy retired them.
Well, the Royal Navy retired carrier operations entirely.
Yes. And they were given to the RAF, where they were modernized. And they would take part in the Gulf War with the reserve squadron, I can't remember its name off the top of my head, being sent out to assist tornado pilots as laser designated electromagnetic warfare aircraft.
Yes. And they still got regular complaints from the Americans and other allies because, yes, they expected not to be able to detect the American stealth aircraft. The fact that they regularly lost the British Buccaneers was more annoying and more worrying.
Yes.
It's when they were literally, the Americans were working on their various search aircraft, airborne early warning aircraft, and going, okay, so we've just realised that the greatest threat to us as a nation from air power is a Blackburn Buccaneer, which none of us appear to be able to detect, despite it having the stealth signature, apparently, of a battleship. Because it's all curves and hard metal. So what the friggin' is happening here? And British are going, you can't detect us if we're down in the clutter. How far down in the clutter are you?
We are more concerned about your anti-submarine warfare assets.
Yes.
Like, people joke, but
Yes,
during the Gulf War, Buccaneers took the most damage, not from anti-aircraft systems, but from rifle fire.
I thought you were
With
going
at
to say
least two
sheep,
buckets.
because I was fairly certain that a couple of them actually took damage, came back with sheep blood on them.
Yes, because that was up in the north of England, though. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
That was training out of rough.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you know.
they would suck up sheep, but several of them came back with damaged engines from AK fire. They were flying that low.
Yes. Okay, hell breaks loose. What do you know about the riverboats in World War I near the trenches? They were very, very useful, but often it depends on which area you're talking about. I've done a video on the monitors on the Danube. I've done a video about some of the Royal Navy monitors and what they were getting up to. A whole series of videos on the Royal Navy monitors and various things. So there's lots of different things going on. That really doesn't narrow it down as riverboats near the trenches. There's a lot of boats doing things near the trenches. Some of them are being used for logistics, some of them are used for fire support, some of them are being used as mobile hospitals. Anyone want to add anything to that one?
Doubt about it, I'm afraid.
I mean, essentially, you didn't have the kind of all-terrain vehicles you might have today, but there were plenty of waterways. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Black Horse, not only it was Drac upset to miss, but my poor colleague Dan was upset to miss, and it was the Lembit.
Was ist das?
It is a submarine, which actually, a nice way, I sent a video for it. This morning I was just hunting through my videos, and it flashed up as I was there on the 7th of July last year. On 6th and 7th of July, and I sent through the video to my colleagues going, this is what I was doing last 6th of July.
I hate you.
Yeah, me and Gareth sitting there going, we are the last two left in Finland. We go, yeah, we'll do a day trip to Tallinn. Everyone else going, oh, there's nothing there. Nothing there. There's an old Soviet boat. That's all. Okay, all right, fine. We didn't really know there was anything else there either, but we thought we'd go see, because it's Tallinn's an interesting place, and we thought we'd go there for a day. And a day trip from Helsinki was like 20 quid each. So, yeah, do it. And I was there, Dan C, Gareth the Brit, and myself, and Timu. And Timu and me go off to go see the Seaplane Museum, okay, which has the boat in it. Just wander in, and go, that's not a Soviet boat. That's a. I won't say what I said after I managed to take my mouth out off the floor, but it might have been something along the lines of that's a British ARSE on that boat, and it was. It's a U-class modified U-class design into a mine layer called Lembit, and there were two of them built for the Navy, and it's a lovely, lovely boat. It's a lovely boat. But yes, I then spent the rest of the day sending videos and torturing my poor colleagues who had flown away. And literally, Drac had left, I think it was the previous, I think it was possibly actually that morning. He'd actually flown home that morning because he was going to go do something and he'd arranged it and he thought it was fine, so he'd flown home. And he'd literally left us. We'd been going to the ferry, and he'd flown home. Yeah. And it's a beautiful boat. I highly recommend going to see it. It's a wonderful. It's a highlight event. Helsinki has so much naval history. Tallinn has it, and it's beautiful. You can do day trips from Helsinki to Tallinn. The reason I prefer to have my hotel in Helsinki rather than Tallinn is it's a longer drive and a more difficult one from that to the Russian border. Just personal choice. You can choose. But yeah, it was beautiful. Carmen Gasberg, from the new NATO requirement of 5% defence funding, 1.5% can be spent on military infrastructure. What would you spend it on? I think we've already answered that question.
Well, at least, if not that one, very similar.
A very similar one, yeah. Okay. Frank Baumel, wouldn't that be the convenience of the Queen Elizabeth and US standards in World War II? Clear the decks and upgrade? I think I need some context for that, Frank.
Sorry.
I think I need some context for that. Basically, I think that means we drop them down and we just build up whole new superstructures. That's basically what they did on Warspite. That's what they did on some of the ships. But you always have to remember you are in some ways limited by the structure within the ship, i.e. the subdivision, where there are the strong points, etc., where you can attach, how you can transmit weight through the hull. And that's always going to have an impact on you. It's a funny thing to think, but ships are not just a box with another boxes on top. They're different, and they are very complex.
They have a skeleton.
Yes. They have a frame. It's the main reason why when people tell me that I see various things when people tell me that the Hood is actually a fast battleship, and I go, no, she's a battlecruiser. She has got armoring. She's got an armored belt, which is in thickness but not in depth, equivalent to that of a battleship. But that's the criteria they made at the time. Matthew Ward did is it Ward? Oh, I forgot. Oh, I'm hoping to get this right now. Right. But he's done some posts recently on Twitter pointing out the actual documents and archive records, which I've read as well. And it's pretty fun to read. But you sit there and you go and look at it and go, right, it's the armour coverage is not the same. And the reason the armour coverage isn't the same is the subdivision's not the same, so that means they don't have the same amount of frame to hang that armour off. And that's it.
That's also the difference between the open and closed hangars in British and US World War II carrier design. Because it's what is actual hull, and they talk about the hull girder strength versus the what is kind of superstructure that doesn't contribute. So on the US ships, the flight deck is superstructure, doesn't contribute until you get to midways, doesn't contribute to that protection.
Runon, can you ask me questions
so
again?
Lightweight.
Karen.
Yeah. So it has lots of implications around things like that as well. But you also need to be careful not to disrupt the shrines to the machine spirit when refitting Warspite. That would be the biggest error you could make.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that would be terrifying.
It would be.
I'm
YouTube Micro Watcher, what if the US government from 1920s started constructing hydroelectric dams, interstate highways, and expanded the slips and ways and docks of all the ports in the US to 250-foot length and 500-foot wide? Then they would have a lot of infrastructure going, which would help them with the Great Depression, but also probably that would force other governments to consider doing something similar. Because if America's doing that, then everyone's going to start looking and going, hang on, they're investing a lot in infrastructure. And basically, it's kind of like the social scenario with humans. I don't know if people have ever seen experiments where you have someone get in a lift, and let's say there are helmets on the floor, or something like that, and the other person, they don't realise this. People come in, and then the people who come into the lift, they all pick up a helmet and stick it on, and eventually there's one helmet left, and the person who originally came in, who you're testing, will put on a helmet, literally because, hang on, everyone else in this lift has put a helmet on. Why the frigate do I need to put a helmet on? I better do it. And the moment one nation starts investing heavily in infrastructure, usually other nations start copying, because then one will do it, and then someone else will look at them and go, well, they're doing it, and that's helping them with their economy. Okay, so we're going to do that, because we can't invest in... And then the British government will probably go, hang on, we can't invest in naval spending due to the treaties, but we can invest in infrastructure like the Americans are doing, so let's do that. And it'll be a copied process, and then everyone will find themselves doing it, especially after the Great Depression.
That's actually quite an interesting psychological effect.
Oh, yeah. Basically,
you have assumed trust.
No, it's kind of, the thing is, it's not so much assumed trust as it is between humans. It's part of, it's not even the fitting in scenario. It's a case of, hang on, if everyone else is putting on a helmet, something bad might be coming. Okay, it's not stupid to put on a helmet. It's kind of, it's not so much trust as it's assumed risk. If their risk calculation is they need the helmet, then why is my risk calculation going to be different? (1941) In the world of Azur Lane, which Royal Navy admirals would get along well with the ship girls? I think Philip Vian would have a wonderful time with them. I think he really would. I also think Disturbing Enough Beatty would have a lovely time, but I will take suggestions from the crowd. What do we think?
I'm not really sure what Royal Navy Admiral wouldn't get along with them.
Oh, I'm sure they'd all get along with them, but who would have the most fun doing it?
Probably Cannon.
Imagine Henderson having a question
Fisher
with...
enjoyed dancing.
Go ahead, Dan.
Well, I was just going to say, Fisher enjoyed dancing with the wives of lots of people. From memory, so he'd probably enjoy it. And I believe ABC is described as having been a very fun, nice uncle.
Yes.
So big deal. Somerville had kids. Would be fine. Yeah, no, there's none of them would have the same sorts of problems that, and we're British. I mean, we like children almost as much as we like small animals.
Yes, it's why it's the National Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Children.
Yeah, I mean,
and the Royal Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, but it's a National Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Children. And believe it or not, there is no Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Historians.
I mean,
that just completely wiped out what Foxo was planning on saying, didn't it? I apologise.
Because you made a joke where I was about to say ask quite a heavy question there.
Carry on, though. Go for the heavy question.
I know it'd be a much bigger problem in America, but quite a lot of the ship girls, even in the Royal Navy, aren't Caucasian.
Mm-hmm.
Which, how much of a thing would that be for the Royal Navy at this point?
Not any problem, really. Not really any problem.
So what's the issue, sorry, Fox?
The ship girls aren't Caucasian.
Some of them aren't.
No. The Royal Navy, the Royal Navy, you have to remember, the Royal Navy has been a in a very much a mixed background for a long time. During Napoleonic era and wars, there was a large number of Irish sailors in there, but there was also often some of the Indian crew from from there. Would be some of the crews that you found on the British ships operating in India would be recruited locally. The Royal Navy has long had a policy: they need your skills more than they care about the outside of you. They need your skills more than they care about the outside of you. And in the 1940s, that's very much the case. And you have to remember, Britain is the country which, in World War II, when the Americans come over here, and some of the American MPs especially make issues about there being pubs allowing both white and black soldiers in to drink, the pubs put out signs saying "black soldiers only."
I love
you
it.
have a complaint about this. That's fine. We'll pick. And the American MPs really hated that.
Good.
But you see, the thing is, as the Royal Navy, as one Royal Navy Chief Petty Officer put it, in the nicest way, you work in the engine rooms long enough. In a nice way, no one can. You are engine room. You are covered in oil. No one can tell what else you are.
Also, just quickly looking through them, out of 120 current Royal Navy ships, only 6 of them are sort of blatantly not European. And that's because at least three, if not 4 of them, are based on colonies.
Mm-hmm.
Or various dominions.
We are talking about a navy which had officers who are in charge of, let's say, HMS New Zealand during World War One, would dress up in a Maori skirt for the battle.
Oh,
I think you need to be more. I think you need to be more worried about some of the ones that are more based off stuff like the Fae and such, because the superstition around that in sailors.
Oh no. Don't take this the wrong way, Dragon. They're still pretty girls.
yeah.
Yes.
Sailors have.
There's no problem with that. It's more a case of-
You'd be amazed at how
you'll
much
be-
suspicion a sailor can drop when it's a pretty girl in this period.
Also, the sailors will be safe because they're all going to be on steel ships. So the Fae will be neutralized by the cold iron.
But ships aren't cold iron.
Well, they're
But it
steel.
does protect.
They're made out of steel, which doesn't have, if you go off mythology, doesn't have the effect.
It's variable.
They have a lot of
For
iron
some of them,
on
with some of them, it's any iron.
Okay.
Which is why horse. Yeah.
Minecraft Watcher, what if Otto von Bismarck appeared today? There'd be a very confused Germany, but they might actually he might take him a while to get up to date, but once he does, he could be interesting.
I could see him as a good chancellor.
Mm-hmm.
He was okay. When we use the term Machiavellian, it's unfair on Machiavelli because most of his stuff was actually kind of semi-satirical, or as critique. But Bismarck was pro-Germany.
Yes.
He wasn't intrinsically anti anyone else, from what I can tell.
No.
Except possibly Catholic German speakers.
Yeah, it's one of those things of it wasn't so much. It's one of those interesting things that he didn't care. He doesn't seem to mind Jews. He does hate Catholics. He's very much a product of the very long wars in Germany between the Protestants and the Catholics.
But also,
still taking that pay.
From my understanding, from my understanding, he also recognised that actually, although he might not like it, democracy made sense.
Yes.
For Germany with the way that it was going, and actually that was the way forward. So he had that degree of pragmatism.
Yes.
That actually, unlike a lot of people who you might think of as a threat, he was pro-democracy rather than anti, because he could see that would, be where power needed to go to at that phase, whereas people who didn't do that tended to get revolutioned.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at you, Russia and France.
Are we talking about the same Bismarck here?
The ruthless guy who oversaw the unification of Germany. Yeah.
The one that oversaw the deliberalization of West Germany.
Oh, we're not saying nice way. He felt democracy was necessary. He didn't. We're not saying he liked democracy or wanted to give it any power. He just felt democracy was a necessary part of it. He just felt it should be given the minimum amount of power possible.
But that if you didn't give the demos, the public, a degree of power or sense of power, then they would rise up and you wouldn't be able to control them.
Yes. Basically, he treated his democracy as a release valve.
And he liberalized Eastern Germany, whilst at the same time reducing the freedoms in the western bits of Germany, which had more traditionally been Hanoverian, and so kind of had spent a bit too much time associating with the British.
Yes.
And getting used to funny ideas like
arguing.
That.
In the world of Azur Lane, their victory would be a ship girl. What role would she get, do you think? A goddess role. Basically. In the nicest way. She'd be a goddess. That's it.
Who's that?
A victory in Azur Lane.
A victory.
Oh.
You've probably just created a patron saint of the Royal Navy.
Yes. I thought they already had one.
You've now got another one.
Yes.
You've now got a woman that can speak to you.
Well, no. Let's just put it this way. The Royal Navy in Azur Lane isn't above going full Catholic.
Well,
and you get a canonization, and you get a canonization.
Well, I said, remember, canonically, Queen Elizabeth does have, literal godly powers, considering she's believed in to be the faith of the Royal Navy so hard. She literally developed godlike powers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, whereas victory would be God, because she is the thing that Queen Elizabeth believes in. So, it'd be kind of like... I don't know, I'm trying to think of it.
A messianic figure.
I feel like the Emperor being coming off the Golden Throne and talking to Gollum.
Yes.
I was thinking more, would this not just basically be the Primarch for the Royal Navy? If the Royal Navy in that was a chapter?
No. In the nicest way, Queen Elizabeth is the Primarch.
Okay.
Victory would be the Emperor.
No, honestly, arguably Queen Elizabeth is the Emperor from what we've seen. So you have to find something above the Emperor.
No.
If anything, you've probably got the Emperor's inspiration.
Victory... No, how do I phrase this? Queen Elizabeth is the Emperor in all but name, at a point, because perhaps Queen Elizabeth is more like Malcador, then. Can literally has enough mental power to body Primarchs when she wants to. Is pretty much almost, it might be human, but is human in very, very interesting ways. And yet, victory is the real deal. Sort of thing. Senecanera, I know that every trade has an insult for it. What is it for programmers? Runon.
Okay, I need to look at the wording on that question because I need to understand how I'm supposed to answer it.
Well, I'll let you, while you're thinking about that, I'll get on the ball for Chicago's question. Have we moved too far away to donkeys and lions myth? Much of the bad doctrine logistics at the start of World War I were responsible for generals placed in charge in 1915. Not necessarily. I think the thing is, lions led by donkeys and all those things, Smith, it went too far one way. We have seen a correction. we've not gone too far the other way, trying to pretend the generals are somehow really, really smart. We haven't reached that point. I think we're going to see a slight reversion, but it's not going to be much over the next couple of years, and it's going to equal out somewhere in the center of, well, the lions, the generals were doing the best they could with the information they had and the training they had. It's just that it was terrible. What they had was terrible. Kind of like what I was trying to do with Nagumo the other night, where I was going, basically, Nagumo is not as bad as the press would have you believe. And people still came back and tried to say, oh, well, you know, the Admiralty really wanted someone else. No, they wanted Nagumo. And the Imperial Naval General Staff wanted Nagumo. Because he was qualified and he was capable. Carry on.
I think I can answer the programmer insult questions. Programmers are engineers. Engineers are all pie-in-the-sky, idealistic airheads that have no idea how the real world works and should stay in their offices and off of my sites and leave me alone to do the job that they think they know how to do, but don't actually know how to do, and stop making it more complicated for me.
There's passive aggression in the air.
Passive as you think, Santodes.
No, I think that's fairly raw.
Let's move on to Knights Executive One's Azur Lane question quickly. In the world of Azur Lane, where you have ship girls, how would the Sea Lord's chain of command be affected? Not a jot. They might have interesting discussions if Queen Elizabeth and HMS Victory turned up, but honestly, in the nicest way, for the Sea Lord's chain of command to be affected, there would have to be a lot of different things going on.
I'm just trying to think, would they come under third Sea Lord or second Sea Lord?
Second Sea Lord's in charge of personnel. First Sea Lord's in charge of operations and the overall fleet. Third Sea Lord's in charge of procurement. So depending on whether they have an engineering focus and want to talk about design, they'll probably go talk to the Third Sea Lord. Personnel problems, they'll go talk to the Second Sea Lord. And operational command, that's the First Sea Lord's job to coordinate them all.
I was more thinking, would they count as ships or do they count as girls?
Depending on their mood, they'll count as each.
Okay, because Third Sea Lord also controls the dockyards, so also maintenance.
Yes, but ship girls and maintenance is an interesting question, which frankly I don't think we want to get into right now.
Will the Naval Medical Service suddenly have to learn gynecology?
Blackhawk.
You assume they didn't know that already?
They already were taught that. In fact, Royal Navy doctors were the first to be taught it, because in a nice way, often a ship's doctor was the only doctor in an area. And if they were in harbour and there was a problem, they get called.
I mean, it's always been a basic part of British training. It was the US Civil War surgeons where the only thing they had to be qualified in was obstetrics. But that was also to do with checking the health of camp followers, should we say?
Yeah. Black Horse. Why would they not admit it having code books some 80 years later? There are three problems with that with the British, and this is the historians who specialise in studying. One, especially the British, have a policy that if no documents survive you carrying something out, it never happened. That makes it extremely interesting for a historian to try and deal with later, but there's also no chance of it being leaked at the time if the documents all disappear. Two, and this is the other problem, is that the British have all sorts of rules for keeping things quiet, and various rules, and often it's 75 years from the death of sometimes people involved, sometimes it's all people of the immediate relatives of the people involved, and sometimes it's the grandchildren of the people involved, depending on which specific rule and how you train it. And sometimes it's charged from when the last time the file was officially opened, and sometimes it's when the file was actually written. There are all sorts of ways of getting around the various rules. Okay? And then, of course, there's the files which have been lost. There's all sorts of things, and then that's your problem of getting it. And then, maybe 8 years after grandchild has died and it's open, and no one cares, then we'll talk about it.
And part of the reason is going to be for the same sorts of reasons as a lot of the Y service stuff and the kind of traffic analysis stuff is still not talked about in detail about how you actually do it.
It's not been disclosed at all. It's not been disclosed at all.
Yeah.
The traffic
It's going
analysis
to be
stuff
because-
it's all been yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to be because it's not just about getting the code books necessarily. It's what did we do to stop somebody from destroying the code books? What did we do to understand the code books? How did we suborn people? How did we get people? Did we put them under? Did we do inappropriate things that people in Geneva don't like you doing?
Dan, you're going too far. In the nicest way, for code books, you don't tend to need to suborn people to try and work around and understand. So, the nicest way,
I'm thinking more about like enigma, but it's more. What have you? Because actually, it's so much of those sorts of things about how you get to them. I suppose is more about psychology. Because the weakest link in these things with password is the person.
Yeah, but Dan, you've sort of gone off a bit down, and this is going to sound terrible. This is what I call the Hollywoodization / Bond route of it. In that, usually what you're talking about when these things are done, it's a lot of diligent work going through it. It's not a lot of flashy or going off and having sex with people or doing anything like that. It's a case of you get in a nice way. Forgetting most code books, it's usually storming the ship and getting on before it sinks, and making sure you get the things out of there, and how quickly you get them out, and what you do to get them out, etc. And that sort of scenario. It doesn't involve anyone else. And also, in a nice way, if it does involve getting people, it's not going to be torture or anything like that. In a nice way, if you're covering up that you've taken a code book, you don't torture anyone. You just take them out, and they never get back on your ship. Then there's no record of them ever getting back on your ship. But they died defending their ship.
No, and it's something like, how do you make people think that their ship is about to sink so they run out faster, but actually it's not? Would you use more, do you fire illumination rounds at them that will make a big bang and flash and lots of noise and smoke, but actually not do quite so much damage? Potentially.
Again, Dan, that's definitely not hidden. That's something that's been flashbangs and these things they're used by police for the similar reasons. In the nicest way, that's not covered by it at all.
No. But I'm thinking it's why you wouldn't.
No.
Why you wouldn't talk about it quite so much necessarily, because you're playing off those aspects, which doesn't.
Dan, it's more the more the British issue, and these things are always a case of it's just how cagey we are with allies about what we shared, and that can cause issues. What we shared and what we didn't share, but also the other thing that you want to keep, why you keep it quiet, and why you keep it quiet so long is people go, well, if you're reading the information, why didn't you do this to stop this convoy being attacked, and stop that convoy, and because there are things, and you basically, every question doesn't have an easy answer.
Yeah.
And so sometimes you want this information to come out. Just look at the problems, which there were people in the Enigma was first revealed, first discussed, who were talking about suing the government for actually some convoys getting sunk. So some ships getting sunk in convoys, because surely with Enigma, then no ships should have been sunk. And therefore, it was the British government who's consigned. And so there are very sensible reasons, without going off into
conspiracy.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's basically it's managing the grief of people involved. And you sometimes you want it to be as far, especially with intelligence, because people can go, okay, why don't you act on it? Well, when did you get that intelligence? At what point was it dispensed to commands? How could they influence it? How could they implement it without revealing they had the intelligence, because it could help them further on later, etc. All these things become problems. And so it's not necessarily an easy option of just going, okay, well, let's divert this convoy suddenly. And there's a lot of work done to maneuver convoys so they'd never come in touch with wolf packs. They never touch them at all. But the thing is, you have a limitation. Right then.
Right. Yeah, I will sign off as well.
Yes, you probably do need to.
Good night,
nearly midnight. Take care.
Good night, all.
Right.
Look after yourselves.
How many questions
Nope,
are we up
won't
to go through, Rinon?
I show 40 on the clock.
Okay. That we've got. Yeah, it's
Just a few then.
Yeah, that we've probably got. Probably pause it there then. Questions, because that should be enough to get us through to probably about 1 a.m. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. If it's not, then we'll add on some more questions. We'll open them again. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if Admirals Cunningham, BT, Jellicoe, Hood, and Somerville? I'm gonna guess the rest of the question comes elsewhere. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. If the Admirals appear today, what would happen if they appear today? I'd want to have a long conversation with them. Probably Drac would, and we take Doctor down with us as well, because he's great at getting things out of people, and he also might be able to sedate BT long enough that we can actually talk to the rest. Which Admiral Hood? I'm presuming you mean the one from First World War One, rather than the one from the Age of Sail. Mark Harkness, what is your estimate of Carrier Division 5's Admiral Hara? In Lundstrom, it seems Hara was a flexible admiral. I don't see him risking Hiryu in Yamagushi's plan, but his same traits earned censure for Coral Sea. He's a fairly decent admiral, but he's also trying to work within the system he's in, and that gives him limitations. Because you have to remember, the Japanese have a very strong centralized command structure. Because, again, of the type of war they were thinking they were going to fight. As I've said before, they were going to fight a war which was going to be in many ways, a guerrilla war. And as anyone who's ever been involved in those kinds of operations will tell you, for guerrilla warfare, especially a withdrawal guerrilla warfare in front of an enemy, you need to exercise incredibly tight control of your forces to ensure that as one force is withdrawing, another one is attacking so that they get the space to withdraw. I need to constantly do that to make it work. And that means that people, if they start breaking too much on plans and exercising too much flexibility, you want them to be to a certain extent flexible in command, but they have to fulfill the timings and the briefing. And that gets them into trouble. So he's a good officer, but he's not. He's in trouble in the system in many ways. I think 9681, the honest answer to that is yes, but I'll pass it over to the Azure Lane experts. In the World War II, in the world of Azure Lane, where you have ship girls and Type 2 rigging, would the Royal Navy want to get as many Type 2 Canson in service as possible?
It's not how it works.
Not how it works.
That's fine. Okay.
But it's also the fact that they probably won't want to put a ship girl through what you need to do to get access to the Type 2 armor.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like Primaris level? You will die here.
You've swapped over the ship's initial being. So, for instance, you would be going from the Yorktown to the Essex Yorktown. You've completely rewrote their original being or their original makeup.
Yes.
The person's the same, but you have now effectively changed all of their genetics.
Yeah,
and it's incredibly painful if you're not already basically dead. And it's incredibly traumatizing.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, I wonder why. Where's my green stuff? Foxo, did you eat my green stuff?
Nah, she doesn't eat greens.
Foxo eat vegetables? No, Foxo is a fellow carnivore like myself.
I eat potatoes. Potatoes.
Those aren't green.
But they are.
They aren't meat either.
Foxo, you are no.
Something from us.
Foxo, both me and Drac agreed that potatoes are honorary meat, so that you're fine. They're still not greens. Montana 67. What if World War II was still going on? How would a successor to the Gearings look? Well, successor to the Gearings would probably look an awful lot like... Oh, probably not too dissimilar to a Norfolk, honestly. considering when they're built, and a Norfolk or a Mitcher, honestly, because that's what they're sort of trying to build up to. It's it's the daring equivalents. The darings were coming along. All those things are coming along. So that's the thing. That's the scenario. So Richard Gruss, barbette width of 15-inch 42 compared to turret size. The turret seems small on photos. Was this a weight saving on turret size? It was also to do with what's going down in the barbette and what they're trying to pack in there and how they're trying to operate their guns. It's not necessarily a weight saving on turret size. It's more this is how we get the maximum out of the turrets for the space we're providing it. You could make the turret wider. You could have potentially put a triple turret in on that barbette. Could have potentially. But it would have made it more difficult in terms of angle of guns and the ability to and the other things. So basically, it's about maximizing the turret you have. Take care, Andrew. Yeah, is YouTube causing issues? I hope not. I hope it's working fine. It's telling me it's got an excellent connection, and I haven't dropped below 6,000 kilobytes a second the whole way through this evening, and it tells me, according to OBS, I haven't dropped a single frame, but I'm never quite sure, because to transmit on both Twitch and YouTube, I need to downgrade it a bit, because Restream doesn't like to transmit more than 6,000 kilobytes a second to YouTube. I am trying to look into other options for multi-streaming. I am trying to look into other options for it. Any suggestions people spot will go.
Have you signed up for the experimental 2K?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you can probably. There's a non-zero chance you can multi-stream natively because the AV1 encoder is so much more efficient. You might be able to get away with it on your current bandwidth.
Yeah, might be able to. We'll see. I'll have a look at it at some point. I think I'll be more likely to get away with it once I've got a load balancing
router
in place.
Why do you all say router?
It's because it's a route.
It's routing things. It's not routing things.
Because we're British, we invented the frigging internet, and we pronounce it router.
Barunon, are you not rerouting things?
Yes, you route it through the router.
Yes.
Oh my god. You route it through the router.
The router.
No. Because a router is a person. A router is an object.
I hate you all.
Because a router is another name for a guide.
Okay.
I hate you all.
Paul from Chicago. If the initial run of Queen Elizabeth battleships was 8, 4 British, 3 Canadian, 1 Malaysian, I presume, wouldn't Agincourt be the QE battlecruiser given ABBs is 2 full squadrons? No, that's ABBs is 1 squadron. 1 squadron in 1914. And Queen Elizabeth, Agincourt wouldn't be in a Queen Elizabeth battlecruiser. She'd be the Queen Elizabeth class flagship. She'd be the night ship. And the Royal Navy would need a flagship for that. Squadron, plus possibly a flagship for a wider fleet. Okay, Black Horse. How often were Allied prisoners of war rescued from the Japanese ships that were sunk? As often as they could be. As often as they could be, but often those vessels were sunk by submarines or aircraft, in which case there's not really many options. If they're sunk by other ships, then they do their best. That's a great one. How accurate is it that the debate over the Queen Elizabeth HMS Agincourt would have been many takes away from HMS Agincourt's true purpose as a small tube boiler and weapon-tested bedship?
I mean, the two things are inexorably linked together, I would say.
Yeah, the small tube boiler and the weapons are probably part of the reason why the Queen Elizabeth is the Queen Elizabeth, why HMS Agincourt is Agincourt. So yeah, it's not that far away. Jonathan Moon. In the movie Master and Commander, they say when stitching a deceased member into a hammock, they put in a last strip through the nose to be sure they're deceased. Is this true? Yes, there are some traditions about that. There are some last traditions to check they are deceased. Check they don't move.
Yes, Christina. That is also a term for a woodworking tool typically used to cut designs or
the context.
The English language is 3 languages in a trench coat that mug other languages for spare vocabulary and grammar.
Yes.
No, they don't mug them. They kidnap them and ransom them.
Yeah.
Tomato.
No, Dragon. No, because that place we ever gave them back.
Fair.
Consider that the English language is an Anglo-Nordic, Germanic, Indo-Franco abomination.
Yep. Anyway, YouTube Minecraft watcher. What if Germany mechanized pre-World War to such an extent that horses were no longer used? Then, if they've done that, they haven't put any money into their navy. Because that's going to be a significant invention. Plus, in the nicest way, probably is diesel powered. Because that's the diesel is probably the person who's to provide a nearest enough vessel thing to be able to mass produce that, and everyone else is probably copying as well. So it'll be an extremely interesting scenario. It also probably delays World War One by a bit because to mechanize that entire army that much, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while.
What degree of mechanization?
Well,
are we talking the
motorization? They said to such an extent that horses were no longer used. So I'm presuming horses are not even used for logistics.
I said I'm very curious how you've managed this.
It'd be an amazing feat, but it would be you would only be possible if you don't build the high seas fleet, pretty much. You've not got a budget to do that. And getting the fuel. The reason I say diesel Castaner is because honestly they can't get the petrol from enough places, so they've got to have. It's got to be probably diesel.
I probably couldn't use diesel either.
Well, they've got more chance of diesel than they've got petrol. More chance of it.
I mean, they've struggled to get their hands on petrol fuel, but diesel, turbo diesel's got a thing yet.
No, but I'm not. It says mechanized. It doesn't say mechanized fast, does it?
Yeah, but I'm just thinking that vehicles of any weight that aren't ships, you need the high output diesels for, even by the time of World War II.
You in the nicest way, you can do it. And the thing is, the fuel they've got access to can be more easily made into diesel than it can into petrol.
Did you just cut out for anyone else?
He did. Yeah, they did. He did.
Okay.
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You cut out mid-sentence.
The thing is, diesel fuel can be more easily made into, and I'm saying this for the people in the Discord, because I think the people online probably heard me, can be more easily made into fuel. Diesel, the oil they've got access to in World War I can be more easily made into diesel than it can into petrol.
Sea Dotters, no, we are not frost punking the.
No steam laurels, no. Black
we
Horse.
are not frost punking the Imperial German Army.
No, Black Horse. How were the Japanese able to get away with not properly identifying ships that were carrying prisoner of war, other than them not caring about it? How were they able to get it? Because they did. That's it. Lions. What if your beloved Iron Wall's Gene father, Lehman Russ, was around with 6th Legion for the full siege of Terra instead of doing his preemptive fight? How different do you think it would have been? Gone and... Does the All-Father get wounded in some way? Probably. But I would also say that if he's around Terra for the whole fight rather than going off and doing what he's doing, then it loses some time for Terra. And that's the thing. Him going off and doing all the stuff he's doing allows all sorts of information to get out, including information to get to Gilliman, etc., about what's going on. So it kind of matters with the start of what he's doing. It kind of matters how he's fighting and how he's involved.
He's fighting the guerrilla action that pumps the brakes on.
It causes disturbance.
Annoyed lion noises.
Yeah, it annoys them a lot.
Because
I know
the lion's the primary person who actually did it. He's the one who burned most of their homeworlds and fleets. Grumble.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lehman taking credit for everything again.
Yes, but that's because Lehman A does it more effectively with less effort.
Does he?
And doesn't manage to get
He mostly got lost.
And then doesn't come back and destroy his own legion because he managed to let some idiots do it. In a nice way,
he was literally shot as soon as he entered orbit.
Lion had picked those people as his senior officers.
Actually, he didn't.
We blame BT for his senior officers. We had to blame Lion for his senior officers.
No, the Lion didn't.
And in many ways, BT and Lion are very similar.
Yeah, but I'm sorry.
Almost all of the ones the Lion did choose were assassinated.
No, I'm sorry. You're all choosing the B-rated Primarchs because there's one Primarch that could have changed the course of the Horus Heresy. And his name was Jagatai Khan, honored be his name.
No, the Khan's legion was shattered.
Yes. But if it hadn't have been, is the point.
It wouldn't have made any difference.
No, but it probably wouldn't have screwed anyone over if it wasn't shattered. Unlike Lehman.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Lion.
Actually, the person who could have really changed the heresy, let's be honest, is Gilliman. Because if Gilliman thought the Terror had already fallen or been confused by the warp storm and headed straight for Terror, the sheer amount of troops that they would arrive with would have prevented the siege ever taking place.
The siege probably still takes place. It's now just a lot more balanced.
The sheer size of legions of Gilliman's legion is, I think, chronically underestimated.
Oh no, like 250,000 Marines is kind of hard to ignore.
Yeah, the issue is that you'd be feeding them directly into the maws of Perturaba's wood chipper.
And the warp storm, because the problem is Gilliman doesn't have the T'Challa engine, which is what allows the Lion to get through and give the capability for Sanguinius to finally break through.
Yeah. So if Gilliman Legion, if the Ultramarines come in, they're going to come in piecemeal directly into the wood chipper that's been chipping away at the
Peter Turbo's best wood chipper.
Yes,
I think it's more a case of if they survive, if they arrive before if they manage to get through and arrive before the chaos forces arrive in the Sol system. Because if the chaos forces arrive in the Sol system and find the legions there united, then they're in trouble. Dawn and Gilliman together, there is nothing taking the Sol system.
Well, there is. And it's called you probably don't get the death of innocence. And at that point, the Titan Legions come to Terra, both sides. And Gilliman and the Lion are pretty much irrelevant. Well, Gilliman and Dawn are pretty much irrelevant.
No. I'm fairly certain they were.
Because here's your daily reminder that a single Warhound almost killed Angron and Lorgar at the same time.
Fulgrim.
Sorry, Fulgrim.
Yeah.
and shattered every single bone in Angron's body, and they were only saved by a Chaos Warhound. If those Titan legions get to Terra, goodbye, good night, Irene.
Yeah, but the thing is, if they, that's probably a point at which, in a nice way, Russ probably stops them getting to Terra quite well. That's what I'd think. Yeah. Maybe.
There's very few things
maybe
that can stop a Titan Legion.
Maybe
at that point.
In space, you can.
That is your best place to try and stop it.
Yeah, but the traitors have the space advantage. That's it. They massively have the space advantage.
Now, okay. Next question. Knight.
Yeah.
With the 4 Lion-class battleships intended for completion between the end of 42 and most of 43, would the class not be fully worked up by the end of 43 into 44? Knight. Okay. So, the Lion class, and I do love them, if we consider the KGVs, and they were delayed because of various things. But the best one to use example is King George V, which is laid down on the 1st of January 1937 and is commissioned by October 1940, launched February 1939. And the commissioning was delayed a bit by various things going on by good old Winston Churchill. We'll leave that to one side. Not much by him, not much.
Churchill mucking around with the Royal Navy's plans? No,
Yeah.
Can't be.
Anyway, so if you consider that one, that you would argue, and I would certainly argue, is roughly a 3.5-year build. Probably a 3-year build, right? If we actually once we sped things up to normal production rate. Now the Lion class, in terms of build to commissioning, the Lion class two are laid down in 1939, 2 are to be laid down later in 1939, and 2 more in 1940. So 3-year build program. You get probably 2 at the beginning of 1942, 2 towards the end of 1942, and 2 at the beginning of 1943. Commissioned. So in the nicest way, commissioned in the Royal Navy means they are fully worked up. You are confusing the Royal Navy with the German Navy, who commissioned the ships and then worked them up. The Royal Navy works them up and then commissions them. They put them through all their tests. So theoretically, once a ship is commissioned, it is able to fight a war. Okay? Catswood, you do need alliance as well. In a nice way, you need alliance, so just don't go there, okay? You do need alliance, especially in 1945 too. You can never have enough destroyers, I won't disagree with that, but you do need alliance as well, because there's no point. In a nice way, as we were talking about earlier, if you just have destroyers and you're going up against something which is bigger, you're in trouble. You might win, you might not. It's far better to have a Battle North Cape scenario than anything else. Okay? But yeah, I'm not sure, Knight, why you've decided to start treating the Royal Navy like the German Navy in terms of the different commissioning systems. I'm not saying they're perfect once they commission. I'm not saying they're perfect, and there's always... HMS Prince of Wales is a very interesting case because... how do I put this? Basically, to try and make up for the fact that the massive delays caused by Churchill's bright idea, she is technically commissioned before she's worked up, and that causes all sorts of issues because of Churchill's bright idea. I guess that, Catswood, you were joking, but I'm also how do I put this? As I said, I've had an interesting time decently dealing with people. I no longer check if people are joking. I now check.
So, this is not a question that has been submitted by chat, but it is a good one, which Christopher Woove has put into my brain. What does a conversation between Dorn and Beatty look like?
Dawn pulling his hair out. And possibly pulling Beatty's out as
Beatty's
well.
hair or his hair?
Both. Castaner, if the Royal Navy were able to evacuate Cornwallis from Yorktown, where would he be sent? New York.
Concrete jungle where dreams are made of.
Yeah. At the time, which was on that. Black Horse, what would happen if Saratoga near Princeton was too far away and not able to attack Rebel in 1943, so the Japanese cruiser fleet could go after Bougainville? The Japanese cruiser fleet goes after Bougainville. The Americans have to respond, and it adds like 2 weeks onto the war maximum. Probably the Japanese cruiser fleet run into something nastier, heavier, and faster coming towards them rapidly. It's a nice scenario. Rabaul probably doesn't enjoy it. Bougainville definitely doesn't enjoy it. But the cruiser fleet can't take territory. They can bombard things, they can cause trouble, but they can't take territory themselves.
Beatty should have had a busy signal.
Beatty should have had many things.
Okay.
Knight, so what were the Tsubuki and Ibiki class large armor cruisers for exactly? Exactly what you want an armored cruiser for in 1905. That's what they're for. They're for reconnaissance, presence, and basically being your armored cruiser to deal with anything that could come that would cause you trouble, probably from Russian or German sources. Or maybe American, but the Americans don't have many large cruisers. But there again, the lesson of the Philippine War, of the wars, was you need to be prepared. The Spanish-American War had left a bad taste in many people's minds. The fact they've got 12-inch guns and they're quite nice. It gives them capabilities, and they are quite cute in terms of their capabilities. They're good too, but basically they're large cruisers. That's what they're there for. Catwood, what was your opinion on Type 23 frigate? I think they're underrated. Yeah, they're underrated, but there again, I'm kind of biased to them considering the amount of time I spent going around at HMS Montrose when I was a kid. She was beautiful, inside and out. And I can tell you a lot about her insides because I crawled over a lot of them. Post 99, what are the panels? What are the panels for possible names for the Type 9X? And why do you say phrasing then? I was a 5-year-old. I was literally crawling around through the bilges and spaces on her. That's what you do.
I've been on the internet too long.
She's a ship. Post 99. What sort of the panels thoughts today? Possible names for the Type 9X? Flower class. I am honestly not joking. I have a feeling they're going to get flower class names. From some discussions I've heard, I think the 9s could get flower class names.
Do you think the government will have the chutzpah to commission HMS Pansy?
They're already looking at pennyworts. I've heard them talk about pennyworts, so Pansy if possible.
Be brave. Be strong.
Montana 16, how do you improve the Acuminous subclass of the Unruhs if the material situation improved during the war? I wouldn't. I'd get them built. Basically, if I have more time, I build them. If I have the material situation that I can build them, I build them. As it is with not all the UNROs are completed. And the Acomas aren't definitely, none of them are completed. And so if I don't do anything to their design, I get them built. An aircraft for them. Marking around their design would take time and cause complications. I just want them in service. Black Horse, is Britain still paranoid about deck parking aviation fuel exposures like they were in the interwar period? Have a look at the fuel management system for the Queen Elizabeth class. Even I have to admit there are certain levels at which it does qualify for potentially over-engineering. And that's just from what I've heard about it in conversation, let alone actually I haven't managed to see the schematics of it to compare it to the World War II carriers, which I have seen the schematics for, and that was an interesting system. Black Horse is still paranoid about deck parking? You bet. The North Sea is still that. It's still after our aircraft every single time. Nightingale run. So why, other than cost and continuity, did Australia and New Zealand decide to go for the Indefatigable class? Cost. That was it. And let's be honest, at that point, they are more likely replacements for an armoured cruiser than an armoured cruiser equivalent than something like the Lions, which are definitely not armoured cruisers in their equivalents. Katsud, do you know anything about the IJN and Isuzu?
Jen, what sorry you cut out?
Isuzu.
Isuzu.
It's for some reason it's the it's Discord cutting out, not
OBS.
things.
Not your
OBS.
mic.
It's not my
Weird.
mic. Yeah. She's a Nagara class cruiser.
Oh,
Which were the light cruisers. They built 6 between 1920 and 1924, and they are, how do I put this politely? They're basically mine layers. They carry 48 mines. They have some torpedo tubes. They have some 80mm guns, some 140mm guns. They have a 60mm belt. But yeah, they're fairly decent little light cruisers for the 1920s. I wouldn't honestly want to fight a C class in any of them. Definitely not a D or an E class. But with a speed of 36 knots, I probably don't have to. Senator, when was the condition of the Royal Navy sailors on ships the best and worst? Probably the best today. Probably it's the best today. Very difficult.
They have Iron Brew on tap today.
Very difficult to argue it's not the best today. When it was at worst, Elizabeth I, probably, because at certain points she tried to get out of paying for them.
Why do monarchs and people in power routinely try and skimp on payroll?
Well, no, there's an argument for it against it, because the moment she paid them, the fleet would probably disband, and they'd go after their things, and she didn't want the fleet to disband just in case the Spanish Armada came back. So by not paying them, she kept them with the ships. But she also didn't allocate enough money for food while they're on the ships. See the problem?
Yes, but I also feel like that's like shaving your head to stop from going bald.
Yeah.
Because then it means when you need those people again, they're probably not going to want to work with you because they
No,
didn't get
actually,
paid
most
last
of them got
time.
infected with disease, and a lot of them died. So it's far worse than that. Black Horse,
that's even worse.
Black Horse, what's the difference between Liberty ships and Victory ships in World War II? Liberty ships are the first generation, Victory ships are the second generation.
They just build quality.
Yes. If I remember correctly, the Victory ships, if I'm not mistaken, They had. They were basically enhanced liberties. They were faster, and they had Lentz type reciprocating steam engines, diesel engines, and steam turbines, depending on which ships they were, to give rather than the triple expansion liberties. So it all made them faster and made them better ships, basically. Basically, they're an improved liberty. Brand Larson, what if in January 1st, 1936, all UK battleships are replaced with Conqueror-class battleships from World Warships, cruisers are replaced with Gibraltar-class, and carriers are replaced with Malta-class? The Royal Navy has just won World War II, and everyone's going to go home crying, because especially those carriers turn up with their air groups from World Warships. The Royal Navy has just won World War II.
Yeah.
Because ain't no one catching up that fast in 3 years.
What about Plan Z?
Crying in a corner.
Plan Z, you mean Plan Joke, right?
No, that was a totally legitimate attempt and would have worked if they just let it happen. Key phrase there, if they
If
let
you
it
gave
happen.
them like 20 years, maybe.
You see,
You've just got to let Dernitz cook, okay? Just let him cook.
you have to remember that, considering that they have 419mm, which is 16.5 inches.
Yeah.
So they have 9 16.5-inch guns on Conqueror.
Nope.
No, 12.
12.
No, 12.
12. And they have a top speed of... Sorry, I'm just checking the things. 29.5 knots. So they're all fast battleships. Okay, they're not as fast as Hood, Renown, and Repulse. But as you have replaced all battleships, you haven't said anything about the battlecruisers. You have now given the Royal Navy replaced all R's, Nelson and Rodney, and all the Queen Elizabeths. So that's 12 ships with 12 Conquerors.
Because you've also got the ones that... Because I presume... Is that also including the 2 training ones?
He said all...
Because they would also be converted.
All battleships too. And also there's also potentially HMS... Well, if they're all battleships and they're all... It's by... In 1936, yeah. In 1936, 2 training ones as well.
So...
I think the second...
While 2 might not be out
I
in
think
the
the second London Naval
Treaty
Treaty dies quickly.
I think
Does the Treasury still attempt to shrink the size of the Navy?
Because of everyone else going to be rapidly rearming at this point, because the Royal Navy has just got 12 most powerful battleships in the world by a long margin. Because, let's be honest, at 29.5 knots, the Americans have nothing that can catch them as a battleship. Nothing that can match their 16.5-inch guns, and they've got 12 of them. Neither have the Japanese. No one has got anything that can match in against these ships. They're an out of context problem. Do you even start... And this is the scenario. In this world, do you even start Scharnhorst and Gneisenau?
Some of those Panzer ships are doomed. Like, your Deutschlands have no hope.
Well, no, because let's also be honest. We've talked about the cavalry ships, but the Malta-class carriers, the Royal Navy now at this point would have Argus, Eagle, Hermes, Ark Royal, 7 Maltas.
I'm sure that's not overkill in any capacity whatsoever.
and all their cruisers are Gibraltar class.
Did you slightly question which Gibraltar? Because there's two. There's one with torpedo tubes, one without, just
Oh,
because
it'll be one
of
with the
balancing.
it'll be the one with two.
Yeah, I assume it would be. Yeah, which is technically Monmouth, but yeah. Thankfully, it's
Some
lucky
of
that
us have other gimmicks that might come to play.
Not really. Honestly, it's probably a lucky thing that the Malta only gets firebrands. Because if it got what the other British Tier 10 carriers got, that would be even more unfair.
I'm fairly sure it's unfair, but I'm just looking at in the nicest way, the Gibraltars with torpedoes. Let's see. Their primary armament is 9.2. It is 3 quadruple 9.2 inch guns. Their secondary armament is 6 twin 4.5s.
They're also the same 4.5s you find on the Darings.
Yes. Basically, you get this in 1936 for replacing all your counties, all your cruisers which have been launched. The Royal Navy has roughly 60-odd cruisers at this point.
This means it'll affect the World War One cruisers as well.
Yes, all the C's, all the D's.
Any of the towns that are left.
Yeah.
And they crew them all.
Oh, yeah.
That's a more interesting issue.
The Royal Navy can crew them all. The Royal Navy, you have to remember, its strength in this period is measured in hundreds of thousands.
And
if not, they will either
the crew.
They will either reserve the ships they can't crew immediately, or they will expand their roster until they can crew them.
I think the first thing you see is expansion of the roster in that situation, because they ain't going to want to let these things stay in reserve.
No. And a nice way, you have that amount of firepower, then the Royal Navy is basically going, hello world.
To be honest, if you have that much firepower, you could probably actually give one or two of these one of those cruisers to Australia. Because I'm assuming, technically speaking, it's not including the Australian, Canadian, etc. navies, because it does mention just the Royal Navy.
Yes, you probably could, but in the nicest way, what the Royal Navy probably does is go, we'll build you some more.
My horse
and
just
nicest way, you've got to wait for they've got to build up their infrastructure to support these ships before they can take these ships, which is going to take them a couple of years, and that's going to also be about the time it's going to take you to probably build one. A nice way, the Deutschland class in this case don't even matter to anyone. The Italians are just going, our battleship, our cruisers, our battle liner, everything's got. It's just, yeah. The main thing is, what do the Americans do in this scenario? Just press the two ocean fleet act quickly. Something.
Well, the problem
all
is
of a sudden the Navy's going Congress.
Is Congress going to cut them the check?
Or is Congress going to go, we're not worried about a war with Britain? And basically, the going to go, we're not worried about. And basically, the Royal Navy is now taking care of the threat of war with Europe, and probably the war with Japan, because Japan's going to look at their fleet, going, "We're building ships. We're building. We are building."
Yeah, even Yamatos at this point are going to be a case of, our super battleship really isn't so super anymore.
This might be a little cocky, but to be honest, I wouldn't be sweating too many bullets about a squadron of Gibraltars up against one Yamato.
How big of a squadron are you talking here?
I'm going whatever the standard. What is a squad or heavy cruiser squadron in this period? 4 ships.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 on 1. I'm going to take losses. I fully admit that I'm going to have a hull that's pounded into scrap or now a brand new reef. But I'll still take that bet as in terms of a win.
You still probably want the battleship as well, but
Oh no, I definitely would rather throw a battleship at a Yamato. I'd rather throw a Conqueror at a Yamato than a squadron of Gibraltars. But I'm not going to worry about Japan walking away with a battleship with a Yamato if I have thrown a thing of Gibraltars at it.
Yeah. Right. Knights of everyone. Could the Royal Navy have used both HMS Zealandia and HMS New Zealand for a King of the 7th class pre-dreadnought battleship at the same time? Probably. In nicest way, especially in that period, you're not going to have the same issues you would later. Montana 67. Could US and West Virginia have been preserved? Yes. She could have been.
Couldn't be.
There's no real reason she couldn't be, yeah. Nigerian. So, what killed the Japanese designed 10 large light cruiser from 1915 to 1918? World War One. And resources. Black Horse. Would a heavy investment in infrastructure by the United States in the 1920s affect the London Naval Treaty and coming out of Washington Naval Treaty? Yes. Because you invested in infrastructure, you're going to at some point want to make use of it. So that's going to have an impact on London Naval Treaties.
Thank you, Larson. No worries, Hood.
Black Horse. In World War II, what effect would Germany have the ability to make something comparable to Parsons turbines for ships' cores? In World War II, they can make turbines. They can make turbines. They can make turbines in World War One. They just can't make very many, and they're not usually as fast. And even if they have better turbines in World War II, the trouble is their overall construction capabilities of their shipyards, and the overall infrastructure and support to build them. They have better turbines. Great. How are their boilers still the same complicated ones? Yeah, okay. But they have quite good turbines in World War II. They get them from the Swiss company, don't they? Primarily, their turbine designs. Swiss turbine design company.
Yeah.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. The panel is sent to the year 1618. What shenanigans are you getting up to?
Not much.
Dying.
Dying, yes.
Well, it's the beginning of the 30 Years' War, so there's various things I can get involved in there.
I have the minor issue of being female.
She, honestly, probably the thing she looks forward to is someone trying to get hitched to her and then make use of her.
Dragon. Family friendly. Shut up.
That is about as family friendly as you can say.
So, shut.
The UK is run by James I, who is obsessed with a nice pair of legs. So, dragons in.
What?
I've heard from Fox, so you have nice legs.
Wouldn't be the first time I've heard that, but it's still always concerning.
Yeah, basically he liked young men with nice legs. That's James I for you. Probably, if I'm getting there in 1618, there is not much I can do apart from maybe start writing some history books and start organizing some things and start solving some problems. And work my way up solving problems.
I could attempt to make some very long-range investments.
I'm not sure they would necessarily be able to understand some of us very well either.
Yes. We're talking Middle English here.
Yeah, this is quite a
Yeah.
bit different.
Nicest way, you can adapt to that a lot easier than you can the earlier English. Because you have
They've
to remember
certainly-
the standardization of English comes from the King James Bible. So basically,
It's certainly better
to-
than if I had a
Yes,
thicker
but-
You have
Geordie or
to talk-
Macam accent, but
you have to talk like the King
But-
James Bible, and basically just pretend you come from wherever you're not.
I'm just thinking. I just realized I can read and write.
yes.
And I'm opinionated.
Yes.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
In 16th century England.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in real trouble.
No. He's
I-
not.
No offense, but
There's a way.
I am a technology loving millennial that is
Boomer.
both gender non-conforming and ADHD and technology dependent. So I am just giga screwed.
can I build a steam engine? I have the rough understanding, and I could probably use a basic lathe. Well, that's probably my best hope to try and do something fun.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to go?
Just in a nice way, just come down to Cornwall. You'll be looked after.
Like,
I'll make sure I have a space
believe
in
it or
my car.
not,
I'll have a space
while-
in my castle for all of you to take care of you.
wait,
Runon, who's
Why
ended
am I
up
not being-
who's ended up in 1618 in America, is just going to be in a nightmare. The native population will really possibly not want him because of what the white settlers have done, and the white settlers are mostly very virulently Protestant, puritanical, or what some might even say, and yeah. They're going to have views.
Yeah, it's essentially a giant thing of you're ducked.
yeah,
I'm
16, 18,
I'm
a
basically
little bit
taking
early
over a
for
castle in
English.
Cornwall. I even have the one picked out which I would like. And once I have that castle firmly under my control, Lord help anyone trying to get it off me.
Is the priory still intact at this point?
Right. Have I got all the questions up now? Or are there any questions left in the thing? In the tank? Knights, number question 60.
I got 61. Nope. Question 60 is the last one in the archive.
Okay.
It was deemed unsuitable by 1606.
Yeah.
shame.
You're going to have fun. Black Horse. What admiral took the biggest blame from politicians, even though they weren't that bad? And nicest way, it has to be, you know, it has to be Kimmel. It has to be Kimmel, because Kimmel was in no way at all at fault for what happens at Pearl Harbor. Because he's not being fed the information his predecessor has, so he's being literally given improper information by his government, and then they blame him for not being able to do not preparing for the attack, which they haven't given the information that would have told him it was coming.
I see you've met American federal politicians.
Mark Harkness, have you missed your question? What was your question? I don't think so. You might have missed it. Might not. But yeah, so Kimmel. 1964 for one. Would if infrastructure wasn't a problem, the RN crews consider using large lines as the basis of future battleship designs? Yes. But infrastructure wasn't really the problem which stopped the large lines. It was the carriers' design. And by the way, if anyone wants to know which castle I'd want to take over, it's a lovely one called St. Michael's Mount. So I
Mark
like
Harkness,
the Orban family. The St. Orban family are lovely people, but I know when that particular place is sold, and how much it's sold for. So I would get in earlier, offer a bigger price, and buy it. And then I would acquire other things to go with it, because St. Michael's Mount is a lovely place to fortify and set yourself up to start a beautiful, beautiful, what can I say, global maritime empire. I'll need a shipyard where I can churn out my trade ships. I'll need enough fortifications to make sure it's secure, and I'll need warehouses. And I can install all that there.
Mark Harkness, go about an hour back on YouTube, and you should run into your question in fairly short order.
Wilson triplets. Why do so many IJN battleships and ships have those Pagoda-style bridges superstructure? Literally because you're still using visual targeting, and you want to build as high as possible, and that's a good way to build up high and have space up high while keeping the weight as close to the center line as possible. So that's why you build the Pagoda-style superstructure. The British ones are slightly the Queen Anne matches are kind of smaller and squatter in comparison. Because the British are going, yeah, there's no real advantage to being that high up, but the Japanese are still wanting to get as high as possible so they can get as longer range striking as possible using visual means. YouTube Minecraft watcher, what if suddenly the Hilfscruiser, whose name I forgot, after sinking HMS Sydney, teleported to today, assuming the fires and damage disappear? I would not want to be her because she'd be very close to Australia, and if they find her, they will want to have a conversation with her. They were.
The other one,
Sydney. She was sunk by the Cormoran.
Yeah. Cormoran, that was it. It was either Penguin or Cormoran. I couldn't quite remember which.
Yeah. So it'd be the Driftmark equivalent from Game of Thrones. Look up St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall, and then imagine what I could do with that place. And also remember, I understand enough about Dutch engineering, shipping construction, warehouse building, all these things. Yeah. And I have a very accurate map in my head of the world. I will be taking over the trade to China and everywhere else in the world like no one's business. Silver comes from South America. I take it to China. Then I buy the spices and everything from China, and I bring them back to Europe, and I make lots of money.
What happens when China stops accepting your silver?
That won't be for a very long time at this period. But if they do, then I sell them opium, whether they like it or not.
What happens if they stop accepting opium?
In the nicest way, I will make the East India Company look like nice people. I won't be taking over India or anything like that. I'll just be trading. I'm not going to set up taxation in India. That just seems like a way to create a bureaucracy, and the East India Company can deal with that. But in the nicest way, they will learn to give my the black ships of my personal trading fleet a very wide berth. Because my crews will be well trained, well paid, and very well equipped. What if instead of sinking US Indianapolis sails teleports to today? Then Congress is going to have many interesting inquiries, and Lord help the US government dealing with that one. Knight 681, without treaty, at what time frame do you see a conflict between American and Japanese breaking out? Probably about the same time point, roughly 1941. Because that's about the point at which they're going to be ready for it in terms of the Japanese, and they are always going to try and do it, lead it to then others. USS Montana. if you were captured and sent aboard the enemy warship, where were you held? Usually you were held below until they reached a port, and then they would hold you in somewhere. They would transfer you to a castle or something, usually destroy you. And final question. Nice to everyone. Would it be correct that any World War II, pre-World War II Pacific War would have been more favourable to Japan? No. There is no scenario where Japan has a better war if it takes place after World War One. Takes place before World War One, the US Navy is terrible and they are allied with Britain. And so if America has an ally turn up, then America is in trouble. If Japan has America has an ally turn up, then Britain has to get involved. And honestly, Britain's involvement will probably be bashing both heads together and telling them both to go back to their own side of the Pacific and stop it being silly. Because Britain won't want that war, and they won't like it. Okay. All right then. We are 1:45.
Back.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here.
It's 1:45.
Thank you to Dan and to Fleet for joining us earlier before their bedtimes. Thank you to my late team, Dragon, Foxer, and Runon. Thank you to everyone who's been chatting here. And there are 2 more questions. They aren't showing up on me when I'm pressing the buttons, Paul.
I see some from Castanea. How often do ships celebrate a holiday, e.g. Guy Fawkes Day with a full aside? aka
Rarely.
gunnery drill, and most sure who are particularly overlooked admirals who you would enjoy talking about?
They're coming up in the Key Leader series. And yeah, they're coming up. Suffren is this week. Duncan was last week. There are admirals already through the air leadership. It's going to be fun. So, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Hope you're well enjoying life. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Paul, for catching those 2 questions. Take care, everyone. Have a nice evening. And hope you enjoyed. Hope you found it interesting. And thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, and helping the channel grow. And thank you for all the super chats and super thanks and memberships tonight, and supporters and all those things. And thank you to everyone who's gone and supported the other channels as well. I know Runon's bad at this. I know Foxo's bad at this, but their channels do mean a lot to them, and they need to grow. And thank you for everyone who's kind enough to support them. Foxo and Runon both do some really great stuff on their channels, especially their Twitch channels.
Don't?
They do.
Foxo at the moment technically doesn't, but we're working on that.
Yes.
Foxo
She
is
will
good.
do great things.
She has done great things. She will do even greater things.
It's alright, I actually need a streaming setup, but
Yes, your laptop is excellent for gaming, not so great for streaming.
It's loud. It's loud.
Foxo, do I need to do the same thing for you as I did for Fleet?
Well, no, because she's actually got a very powerful laptop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, aside from RAM, my laptop is currently better than the one Fleet's got.
Good.
It's just got the issue of it's a laptop, so it's loud when it's spun up.
Okay.
Plus, then your whole abhorrence of heat thing, combined with your room, which usually gets very warm, isn't entirely conducive.
Alright. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and good night.
And
Thank you, everyone, for donations and supports.